This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Twilight of the Idols, or How to Philosophize with the Hammer, by Friedrich Nietzsche. Translated by Anthony M. Ludovici. Translator's Preface. The Twilight of the Idols was written towards the end of the summer of 1888. Its composition seems to have occupied only a few days, so few indeed that in Ecce Homo, page 118, Nietzsche says he hesitates to give their number, but in any case we know it was completed on the 3rd of September in Sils Maria. The manuscript which was dispatched to the printers on the 7th of September bore the title, Idle Hours of a Psychologist. This, however, was abandoned in favor of the present title, while the work was going through the press. During September and the early part of October 1888, Nietzsche added to the original contents of the book by inserting the whole section entitled Things the Germans Lack, and aphorisms 32 through 43 of skirmishes in a war with the age. And the book, as it now stands, represents exactly the form in which Nietzsche intended to publish it in the course of the year 1889. Unfortunately, its author was already stricken down with illness when the work first appeared at the end of January 1889, and he was denied the joy of seeing it run into 9 editions of 1,000 each before his death in 1900. Of the Twilight of the Idols, Nietzsche says in Ecce Homo, page 118, quote, "If anyone should desire to obtain a rapid sketch of how everything before my time was standing on its head, he should begin reading me in this book. That which is called Idols on the title page is simply the old truth that has been believed in hitherto. In plain English, the Twilight of the Idols means that the old truth is on its last legs." Unquote. Certain it is that, for a rapid survey of the whole of Nietzsche's doctrine, no book, save perhaps the section entitled Of Old and New Tables in Thus Spake Zarathustra, could be of more real value than the Twilight of the Idols. Here Nietzsche is quite at his best. He is ripe for the marvelous feat of the transvaluation of all values. Nowhere is his language, that marvelous weapon, which in his hand became at once so supple and so murderous, more forceful and more condensed. Nowhere are his thoughts more profound. But all this does not by any means imply that this book is the easiest of Nietzsche's works. On the contrary, I very much fear that unless the reader is well prepared, not only in Nietzscheism, but also in the habit of grappling with uncommon and elusive problems, a good deal of the contents of this work will tend rather to confuse than to enlighten him in regard to what Nietzsche actually wishes to make clear in these pages. How much prejudice, for instance, how many traditional and deep-seated opinions must be uprooted, if we are to see even so much as an important note of interrogation in the section entitled The Problem of Socrates, not to speak of such sections as Morality is the Enemy of Nature, The Four Great Errors, etc. The errors exposed in these sections have a tradition of 2,000 years behind them, and only a fantastic dreamer could expect them to be eradicated by a mere casual study of these pages. Indeed, Nietzsche himself looked forward only to a gradual change in the general view of the questions he discussed. He knew only too well what the conversion of light heads was worth, and what kind of man would probably be the first to rush into his arms, and, grand psychologist that he was, he guarded himself beforehand against bad company by means of his famous warning, quote, "The first adherents of a creed do not prove anything against it." Unquote. To the aspiring student of Nietzsche, however, it ought not to be necessary to become an immediate convert in order to be interested in the treasure of thought which Nietzsche here lavishes upon us. For such a man, it will be quite difficult enough to regard the questions raised in this work as actual problems. Once, however, he has succeeded in doing this, and has given his imagination time to play round these questions as problems, The particular turn or twist that Nietzsche gives to their elucidation may then perhaps strike him not only as valuable, but as absolutely necessary. With regard to the substance of the Twilight of the Idols, Nietzsche says in Ecce Homo, page 119, quote, "There is the waste of an all too rich autumn in this book. You trip over truths. You even crush some to death. There are too many of them." Unquote. And what are these truths? They are things that are not yet held to be true. They are the utterances of a man who, as a single exception, escaped for a while the general insanity of Europe, with its blind idealism in the midst of squalor, with its unscrupulous praise of so-called progress, while it stood knee-deep in the belittlement of man, and with its vulgar levity in the face of effeminacy and decay. They are the utterances of one who voiced the hopes, the aims, and the realities of another world. Not of an ideal world, not of a world beyond, but of a real world, of this world regenerated and reorganized upon a sounder, a more virile, and a more orderly basis. In fact, of a perfectly possible world, one that has already existed in the past and could exist again, if only the stupendous revolution of a transvaluation of all values were made possible. This, then, is the nature of the truths uttered by this one sane man in the whole of Europe at the end of last century, and when, owing to his unequal struggle against the overwhelming hostile forces of his time, his highly sensitive personality was at last forced to surrender itself to the enemy and become one with them, that is to say, insane. At least the record of his sanity had been safely stored away, beyond the reach of time and change, in the volumes which constitute his life work. Anthony M. Ludovici. Narrator's note. The translator's preface is cut short here, since in the volume as published, the note also addressed the other works by Nietzsche also included within this same volume, within Nietzsche's collected works. I have omitted the translator's prefatory remarks with regard to the other works included within the printed volume, but not within this recording. End narrator's note. End translator's preface. Preface. To maintain a cheerful attitude of mind in the midst of a gloomy and exceedingly responsible task is no slight artistic feat. And yet, what could be more necessary than cheerfulness? Nothing ever succeeds which exuberant spirits have not helped to produce. Surplus power alone is the proof of power, a transvaluation of all values. This note of interrogation, which is so black, so huge, that it casts a shadow even upon him who affixes it, is a task of such fatal import that he who undertakes it is compelled every now and then to rush out into the sunlight in order to shake himself free from an earnestness that becomes crushing, far too crushing. This end justifies every means. Every event on the road to it is a windfall. Above all, war. War has always been the great policy of all spirits who have penetrated too far into themselves, or who have grown too deep. A wound stimulates the recuperative powers. For many years, a maxim, the origin of which I withhold from learned curiosity, has been my motto. Incressunt animi, virescit volnere virtus. At other times, another means of recovery which is even more to my taste is to cross-examine idols. There are more idols than realities in the world. This constitutes my evil eye for this world. It is also my evil ear. To put questions in this quarter with a hammer, and to hear, perchance, that well-known hollow sound which tells of blown-out frogs. What a joy this is for one who has ears even behind his ears, for an old psychologist and Pied Piper like myself, in whose presence precisely that which would fain be silent, must betray itself. Even this treatise, as its title shows, is above all a recreation, a ray of sunshine, a leap sideways of a psychologist in his leisure moments. Maybe, too, a new war. And are we again cross-examining new idols? This little work is a great declaration of war, and with regard to the cross-examining of idols, this time it is not the idols of the age, but eternal idols, which are here struck with a hammer as with a tuning fork. There are certainly no idols which are older, more convinced, and more inflated. Neither are there any more hollow. This does not alter the fact that they are believed in more than any others. Besides, they are never called idols, at least, not the most exalted among their number. Friedrich Nietzsche, Turin, the 30th of September, 1888, on the day when the first book of the Transvaluation of All Values was finished. End Preface. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 1. Maxims and Missiles. 1. Idleness is the parent of all psychology. What? Is psychology then a vice? 2. Even the pluckiest among us has but seldom the courage of what he really knows. 3. Aristotle says that in order to live alone, a man must be either an animal or a god. The third alternative is lacking. A man must be both, a philosopher. 4. All truth is simple. Is not this a double lie? 5. Once for all, I wish to be blind to many things. Wisdom sets bounds even to knowledge. 6. A man recovers best from his exceptional nature, his intellectuality, by giving his animal instincts a chance. 7. Which is it? Is man only a blunder of God, or is God only a blunder of man? 8. From the military school of life. That which does not kill me makes me stronger. 9. Help thyself, then everyone will help thee. A principle of neighbor love. 10. A man should not play the coward to his deeds. He should not repudiate them once he has performed them. Pangs of conscience are indecent. 11. Can a donkey be tragic, to perish beneath a load that one can neither bear nor throw off? This is the case of the philosopher. 12. If a man knows the wherefore of his existence, then the manner of it can take care of itself. Man does not aspire to happiness, only the Englishman does that. 13. Man created woman, out of what? Out of a rib of his God, of his ideal. 14. What? Art thou looking for something? Thou wouldst fain multiply thyself tenfold, 100-fold? Thou seekest followers? Seek ciphers. 15. Posthumous men, like myself, are not so well understood as men who reflect their age, but they are heard with more respect. In plain English, we are never understood, hence our authority. 16. Among women. Truth? Oh, you do not know truth. Is it not an outrage on all our pudeurs? 17. There is an artist after my own heart, modest in his needs. He really wants only two things, his bread and his art. Panem et circum. 18. He who knows not how to plant his will in things, at least endows them with some meaning. That is to say, he believes that a will is already present in them, a principle of faith. 19. What? Ye chose virtue and the heaving breast, and at the same time ye squint covetously at the advantages of the unscrupulous? But with virtue ye renounce all advantages. Paren. To be nailed to an anti-Semite's door. End paren. 20. The perfect woman perpetuates literature as if it were a petty vice, as an experiment, en passant, and looking about her all the while to see whether anybody is noticing her, hoping that somebody is noticing her. 21. One should adopt only those situations in which one is in no need of sham virtues, but rather, like the tightrope dancer on his tightrope, in which one must either fall or stand or escape. 22. Quote, evil men have no songs. Unquote. How is it that the Russians have songs? 23. German intellect. For 18 years, this has been a contradictio in adjecto. 24. By seeing the beginning of things, a man becomes a crab. The historian looks backwards. In the end, he also believes backwards. 25. Contentment preserves one even from catching cold. Has a woman who knew that she was well dressed ever caught cold? No, not even when she had scarcely a rag to her back. 26. I distrust all systematizers and avoid them. The will to a system shows a lack of honesty. 27. Man thinks woman profound. Why? Because he can never fathom her depths. Woman is not even shallow. 28. When woman possesses masculine virtues, she is enough to make you run away. When she possesses no masculine virtues, she herself runs away. 29. How often conscience had to bite in times gone by! What good teeth it must have had! And today, what is amiss? A dentist's question. 30. Errors of haste are seldom committed singly. The first time, a man always does too much, and precisely on that account he commits a second error, and then he does too little. 31. The trodden worm curls up. This testifies to its caution. It thus reduces its chances of being trodden on again. In the language of morality, humility. 32. There is such a thing as a hatred of lies and dissimulation, which is the outcome of a delicate sense of humor. There is also the selfsame hatred, but as the result of cowardice, insofar as falsehood is forbidden by divine law, too cowardly to lie. 33. What trifles constitute happiness? The sound of a bagpipe. Without music, life would be a mistake. The German imagines even God as a songster. 34. On ne peut penser et écrire qu'aussi. Flaubert. Here I've got you, you nihilist. A sedentary life is the real sin against the Holy Spirit. Only those thoughts that come by walking have any value. 35. There are times when we psychologists are like horses and grow fretful. We see our own shadow rise and fall before us. The psychologist must look away from himself if he wishes to see anything at all. 36. Do we immoralists injure virtue in any way? Just as little as the anarchists injure royalty. Only since they have been shot at do princes sit firmly on their thrones once more. Morality must be shot at. 37. Thou runnest ahead. Dost thou do so as a shepherd or as an exception? A third alternative would be the fugitive. First question of conscience. 38. Art thou genuine, or art thou only an actor? Art thou a representative, or the thing represented itself? Finally, art thou perhaps simply a copy of an actor? Second question of conscience. 39. The disappointed man speaks. I sought for great men, but all I found were the apes of their ideal. 40. Art thou one who looks on, or one who puts his own shoulder to the wheel? Or art thou one who looks away, or who turns aside? Third question of conscience. 41. Wilt thou go in company, or lead, or go by thyself? A man should know what he desires, and that he desires something. Fourth question of conscience. 42. They were but rungs in my ladder. On them I made my ascent. To that end I had to go beyond them. But they imagined that I wanted to lay myself to rest upon them. 43. What matters it whether I am acknowledged to be right? I am much too right, and he who laughs best today will also laugh last. 44. The formula of my happiness, a yea, a nay, a straight line, a goal. End chapter 1. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 2. The Problem of Socrates. 1. In all ages the wisest have always agreed in their judgment of life. It is no good. At all times and places the same words have been on their lips, words full of doubt, full of melancholy, full of weariness of life, full of hostility to life. Even Socrates' dying words were, "To live means to be ill a long while. I owe a cock to the god Aesculapius." Even Socrates had had enough of it. What does that prove? What does it point to? Formerly people would have said, oh, it has been said, and loudly enough too, by our pessimists loudest of all, quote, "In any case there must be some truth in this. The consensus sapientium is a proof of truth, unquote. Shall we say the same today? May we do so? Quote, in any case, there must be some sickness here, unquote. We make reply. These great sages of all periods should first be examined more closely. Is it possible that they were, every one of them, a little shaky on their legs, effete, rocky, decadent? Does wisdom perhaps appear on earth after the manner of a crow attracted by a slight smell of carrion? 2. This irreverent belief that the great sages were decadent types first occurred to me precisely in regard to that case concerning which both learned and vulgar prejudice was most opposed to my view. I recognized Socrates and Plato as symptoms of decline, as instruments in the disintegration of Hellas, as pseudo-Greek, as anti-Greek. The Birth of Tragedy, 1872. End paren. That consensus sapientium, as I perceived ever more and more clearly, did not in the least prove that they were right in the matter on which they agreed. It proved rather that these sages themselves must have been alike in some physiological particular, in order to assume the same negative attitude towards life, in order to be bound to assume that attitude. After all, judgments and valuations of life, whether for or against, cannot be true. Their only value lies in the fact that they are symptoms. They can be considered only as symptoms. Per se, such judgments are nonsense. You must therefore endeavor by all means to reach out and try to grasp this astonishingly subtle axiom, that the value of life cannot be estimated. A living man cannot do so, because he is a contending party, or rather the very object in the dispute, and not a judge. Nor can a dead man estimate it, for other reasons. For a philosopher to see a problem in the value of life is almost an objection against him, a note of interrogation set against his wisdom, a lack of wisdom. What? Is it possible that all these great sages were not only decadents, but that they were not even wise? Let me, however, return to the problem of Socrates. To judge from his origin, Socrates belonged to the lowest of the low. Socrates was mob. You know, and you can still see it for yourself, how ugly he was. But ugliness, which in itself is an objection, was almost a refutation among the Greeks. Was Socrates really a Greek? Ugliness is not infrequently the expression of a thwarted development, or of development arrested by crossing. In other cases it appears as a decadent development. The anthropologists among the criminal specialists declare that the typical criminal is ugly. Monstrum in fronte, monstrum in animo. But the criminal is a decadent. Translator's footnote. It should be borne in mind that Nietzsche recognized two types of criminals, the criminal from strength and the criminal from weakness. This passage alludes to the latter. Aphorism 45, page 103, alludes to the former. End translator's note. Was Socrates a typical criminal? At all events, this would not clash with that famous physiognomist's judgment, which was so repugnant to Socrates' friends. While on his way through Athens, a certain foreigner who was no fool at judging by looks, told Socrates to his face that he was a monster, that his body harbored all the worst vices and passions. And Socrates replied simply, "You know me, sir." 4. Not only are the acknowledged wildness and anarchy of Socrates' instincts indicative of decadence, but also that preponderance of the logical faculties and that malignity of the misshapen which was his special characteristic. Neither should we forget those oral delusions which were religiously interpreted as the demon of Socrates. Everything in him is exaggerated, buffo, caricature. His nature is also full of concealment, of ulterior motives, and of underground currents. I try to understand the idiosyncrasy from which the Socratic equation, reason equals virtue equals happiness, could have arisen. The weirdest equation ever seen, and one which was essentially opposed to all the instincts of the older Hellenes. 5. With Socrates, Greek taste veers round in favor of dialectics. What actually occurs? In the first place, a noble taste is vanquished. With dialectics, the mob comes to the top. Before Socrates' time, dialectical manners were avoided in good society. They were regarded as bad manners. They were compromising. Young men were cautioned against them. All such proffering of one's reasons was looked upon with suspicion. Honest things, like honest men, do not carry their reasons on their sleeve in such a fashion. It is not good form to make a show of everything. That which needs to be proved cannot be worth much. Wherever authority still belongs to good usage, wherever men do not prove but command, the dialectician is regarded as a sort of clown. People laugh at him, they do not take him seriously. Socrates was a clown who succeeded in making men take him seriously. What then was the matter? 6. A man resorts to dialectics only when he has no other means to hand. People know that they excite suspicion with it, and that it is not very convincing. Nothing is more easily dispelled than a dialectical effect. This is proved by the experience of every gathering in which discussions are held. It can be only the last defense of those who have no other weapons. One must require to extort one's right, otherwise one makes no use of it. That is why the Jews were dialecticians. Reynard the fox was a dialectician. What? And was Socrates one as well? 7. Is the Socratic irony an expression of revolt, of mob resentment? Does Socrates, as a creature suffering under oppression, enjoy his innate ferocity in the knife thrusts of the syllogism? Does he wreak his revenge on the noblemen he fascinates? As a dialectician, a man has a merciless instrument to wield. He can play the tyrant with it. He compromises when he conquers with it. The dialectician leaves it to his opponent to prove that he is no idiot. He infuriates. He likewise paralyzes. The dialectician cripples the intellect of his opponent. Can it be that dialectics was only a form of revenge in Socrates? 8. I have given you to understand in what way Socrates was able to repel. Now it is all the more necessary to explain how he fascinated. One reason is that he discovered a new kind of agon, and that he was the first fencing master in the best circles in Athens. He fascinated by appealing to the combative instinct of the Greeks. He introduced a variation into the contests between men and youths. Socrates was also a great erotic. 9. But Socrates divined still more. He saw right through his noble Athenians. He perceived that his case, his peculiar case, was no exception. even in his time. The same kind of degeneracy was silently preparing itself elsewhere. Ancient Athens was dying out, and Socrates understood that the whole world needed him, his means, his remedy, his special artifice for self-preservation. Everywhere the instincts were in a state of anarchy, everywhere people were within an ace of excess. The monstrum in animo was the general danger. Quote, "The instincts would play the tyrant. We must discover a counter-tyrant who is stronger than they." Unquote. On the occasion when that physiognomist had unmasked Socrates, and had told him what he was, a crater full of evil desires, the great master of irony let fall one or two words more, which provide the key to his nature. "This is true," he said, "but I overcame them all." How did Socrates succeed in mastering himself? His case was, at bottom, only the extreme and most apparent example of a state of distress which was beginning to be general, that state in which no one was able to master himself, and in which the instincts turned one against the other. As the extreme example of this state, he fascinated. His terrifying ugliness made him conspicuous to every eye. It is quite obvious that he fascinated still more as a reply, as a solution, as an apparent cure of this case. 10. When a man finds it necessary, as Socrates did, to create a tyrant out of reason, there is no small danger that something else wishes to play the tyrant. Reason was then discovered as a savior. Neither Socrates nor his patients were at liberty to be rational or not as they pleased. At that time it was de rigueur, it had become a last shift. The fanaticism with which the whole of Greek thought plunges into reason betrays a critical condition of things. Men were in danger. There were only two alternatives: either perish, or else be absurdly rational. The moral bias of Greek philosophy from Plato onward is the outcome of a pathological condition, as is also its appreciation of dialectics. Reason equals virtue equals happiness simply means we must imitate Socrates, and confront the dark passions permanently with the light of day, the light of reason. We must at all costs be clever, precise, clear. All yielding to the instincts, to the unconscious, leads downward. 11. I have now explained how Socrates fascinated. He seemed to be a doctor, a savior. Is it necessary to expose the errors which lay in his faith in reason at any price? It is a piece of self-deception on the part of philosophers and moralists to suppose that they can extricate themselves from degeneration by merely waging war upon it. They cannot thus extricate themselves. That which they choose as a means, as the road to salvation, is in itself again only an expression of degeneration. They only modify its mode of manifesting itself. They do not abolish it. Socrates was a misunderstanding. The whole of the morality of amelioration, that of Christianity as well, was a misunderstanding. The most blinding light of day, reason at any price, life made clear, cold, cautious, conscious, without instincts, opposed to the instincts, was in itself only a disease, another kind of disease, and by no means a return to virtue, to health, and to happiness. To be obliged to fight the instincts, this is the formula of degeneration. As long as life is in the ascending line, happiness is the same as instinct. 12. Did he understand this himself, this most intelligent of self-deceivers? Did he confess this to himself in the end, in the wisdom of his courage before death. Socrates wished to die. Not Athens, but his own hand gave him the draught of hemlock. He drove Athens to the poisoned cup. Socrates is not a doctor, he whispered to himself. Death alone can be a doctor here. Socrates himself has only been ill a long while. End chapter 2. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 3. Quote, Reason, unquote, in philosophy. 1. You ask me what all idiosyncrasy is in philosophers? For instance, their lack of the historical sense, their hatred even of the idea of becoming, their Egyptianism. They imagine that they do honor to a thing by divorcing it from history sub specie aeterni, when they make a mummy of it. All the ideas that philosophers have treated for thousands of years have been mummied concepts. Nothing real has ever come out of their hands alive. These idolaters of concepts merely kill and stuff things when they worship. They threaten the life of everything they adore. Death, change, age, as well as procreation and growth, are in their opinion objections, even refutations. That which is cannot evolve. That which evolves is not. Now all of them believe, and even with desperation, in being. But, as they cannot lay hold of it, they try to discover reasons why this privilege is withheld from them. Quote, Some merely apparent quality, some deception must be the cause of our not being able to ascertain the nature of being. Where is the deceiver? Unquote. We have him, they cry rejoicing. It is sensuality. These senses, which in other things are so immoral, cheat us concerning the true world. Moral. We must get rid of the deception of the senses, of becoming, of history, of falsehood. History is nothing more than the belief in the senses, the belief in falsehood. Moral. We must say no to everything in which the senses believe. To all the rest of mankind, all that belongs to the people. Let us be philosophers, mummies, monototheists, grave diggers. And above all, away with the body, this wretched idée fixe of the senses, infected with all the faults of logic that exist, refuted, even impossible, although it be impudent enough to pose as if it were real. 2. With a feeling of great reverence I accept the name of Heraclitus. If the rest of the philosophic gang rejected the evidence of the senses, because the latter revealed a state of multifariousness and change, he rejected the same evidence, because it revealed things as if they possessed permanence and unity. Even Heraclitus did an injustice to the senses. The latter lie neither as the Eleatics believed them to lie, nor as he believed them to lie. They do not lie at all. The interpretations we give to their evidence is what first introduces falsehood into it. For instance, the lie of unity, the lie of matter, of substance, and of permanence.
reason is the cause of our falsifying the evidence of the senses. In so far as the senses show us a state of becoming, of transiency, and of change, they do not lie. But in declaring that being was an empty illusion, Heraclitus will remain eternally right. The "apparent world" is the only world. The "true world" is no more than a false adjunct thereto. 3. And what delicate instruments of observation we have in our senses! This human nose, for instance, of which no philosopher has yet spoken with reverence and gratitude, is, for the present, the most finely adjusted instrument at our disposal. It is able to register even such slight changes of movement as the spectroscope would be unable to record. Our scientific triumphs, at the present day, extend precisely so far as we have accepted the evidence of our senses, as we have sharpened and armed them, and learned to follow them up to the end. What remains is abortive, and not yet science. That is to say, metaphysics, theology, psychology, epistemology, or formal science, or a doctrine of symbols like logic in its applied form, mathematics. In all these things, reality does not come into consideration at all, even as a problem, just as little as does the question concerning the general value of such a convention of symbols as logic. 4. The other idiosyncrasy of philosophers is no less dangerous. It consists in confusing the last and the first things. They place that which makes its appearance last. Unfortunately, for it ought not appear at all, the highest concept, that is to say, the most general, the emptiest, the last cloudy streak of evaporating reality, at the beginning, as the beginning. This again is only their manner of expressing their veneration. The highest thing must not have grown out of the lowest. It must not have grown at all. Moral: everything of the first rank must be causa sui. To have been derived from something else is as good as an objection. It sets the value of a thing in question. All superior values are of the first rank. All the highest concepts, that of being, of the absolute, of goodness, of truth, and of perfection, all these things cannot have been evolved. They must therefore be causa sui. All these things cannot, however, be unlike one another. They cannot be opposed to one another. Thus, they attain to their stupendous concept, God, the last, most attenuated and emptiest thing, is postulated as the first thing, as the absolute cause, as ens realissimum. Fancy humanity having to take the brain diseases of morbid cobweb spinners seriously, and it has paid dearly for having done so. 5. Against this let us set the different manner in which we, you observe that I'm courteous enough to say we, conceive the problem of the error and deceptiveness of things. Formerly, people regarded change and evolution, in general, as the proof of appearance, as a sign of the fact that something must be there that leads us astray. Today, on the other hand, we realize that, precisely as far as the rational bias forces us to postulate unity, identity, permanence, substance, cause, materiality, and being, we are, in a measure, involved in error, driven necessarily to error. However certain we may feel, as the result of a strict examination of the matter, that the error lies here. It is just the same here as with the motion of the sun. In its case, it was our eyes that were wrong. In the matter of the concepts above mentioned, it is our language itself that pleads most consistently in their favor. In its origin, language belongs to an age of the most rudimentary forms of psychology. If we try to conceive of the first conditions of the metaphysics of language, i.e., in plain English, of reason, we immediately find ourselves in the midst of a system of fetishism. For here, the doer and his deed are seen in all circumstances. Will is believed in as a cause in general. The ego is taken for granted, the ego as being and as substance, and the faith in the ego as substance is projected into all things. In this way alone, the concept thing is created. Being is thought into and insinuated into everything as cause. From the concept ego alone can the concept being proceed. At the beginning stands the tremendously fatal error of supposing the will to be something that actuates, a faculty. Now we know that it is only a word. Translator's note. Nietzsche here refers to the concept free will of the Christians. This does not mean that there is no such thing as will, that is to say, a powerful determining force from within. End translator's note. Very much later, in a world 1,000 times more enlightened, the assurance, the subjective certitude, and the handling of the categories of reason came into the minds of philosophers as a surprise. They concluded that these categories could not be derived from experience. On the contrary, the whole of experience rather contradicts them. Whence do they come, therefore? In India, as in Greece, the same mistake was made. Quote, "We must already once have lived in a higher world," instead of in a much lower one, which would have been the truth. "We must have been divine, for we possess reason." Unquote. Nothing indeed has exercised a more simple power of persuasion hitherto than the error of being, as it was formulated by the Eleatics, for instance. In its favor are every word and every sentence that we utter. Even the opponents of the Eleatics succumbed to the seductive power of their concept of being. Among others, there was Democritus in his discovery of the atom. Reason in language. Oh, what a deceptive old witch it has been! I fear we shall never be rid of God, so long as we still believe in grammar. 6. People will feel grateful to me if I condense a point of view, which is at once so important and so new, into 4 theses. By this means, I shall facilitate comprehension, and shall likewise challenge contradiction. Proposition 1. The reasons upon which the apparent nature of this world have been based rather tend to prove its reality. Any other kind of reality defies demonstration. Proposition 2. The characteristics with which man has endowed the quote, true being unquote, of things are the characteristics of non-being, of non-entity. The quote, true world unquote, has been erected upon a contradiction of the real world, and it is indeed an apparent world, seeing that it is merely a moralo-optical delusion. Proposition 3. There is no sense in spinning yarns about another world, provided, of course, that we do not possess a mighty instinct which urges us to slander, belittle, and cast suspicion upon this life. In this case, we should be avenging ourselves on this life with the phantasmagoria of another, of a better life. Proposition 4. To divide the world into a quote, true unquote, and a quote, apparent unquote, world, whether after the manner of Christianity or of Kant, after all, a Christian in disguise, is only a sign of decadence, a symptom of degenerating life. The fact that the artist esteems the appearance of a thing higher than reality is no objection to this statement, for appearance signifies once more reality here, but in a selected, strengthened, and corrected form. The tragic artist is no pessimist. He says yea to everything questionable and terrible. He is Dionysian. End chapter 3. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 4. How the True World ultimately became a fable. The history of an error. 1. The true world, attainable to the sage, the pious man, and the man of virtue. He lives in it. He is it. The most ancient form of the idea was relatively clever, simple, convincing. It was a paraphrase of the proposition, I, Plato, am the truth. 2. The true world which is unattainable for the moment is promised to the sage, to the pious man, and to the man of virtue. Quote, to the sinner who repents. Unquote. Progress of the idea. It becomes more subtle, more insidious, more evasive. It becomes a woman. It becomes Christian. 3. The true world is unattainable. It cannot be proved. It cannot promise anything. But even as a thought alone, it is a comfort, an obligation, a command. At bottom, this is still the old sun, but seen through mist and skepticism. The idea has become sublime, pale, northern, Königsbergian. 4. The true world. Is it unattainable? At all events, it is unattained. And, as unattained, it is also unknown. Consequently, it no longer comforts, nor saves, nor constrains. What could something unknown constrain us to? The gray of dawn. Reason stretches itself and yawns for the first time. The cock-crow of positivism. 5. The true world. An idea that no longer serves any purpose, that no longer constrains one to anything. A useless idea that has become quite superfluous, consequently an exploded idea. Let us abolish it. Bright daylight, breakfast, the return of common sense and of cheerfulness. Plato blushes for shame, and all free spirits kick up a shindy. 6. We have suppressed the true world. What world survives? The apparent world, perhaps? Certainly not. In abolishing the true world, we have also abolished the world of appearance. Noon, the moment of the shortest shadows, the end of the longest error. Mankind's zenith. Incipit Zarathustra. End Chapter 4. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 5. Morality as the Enemy of Nature. 1. There is a time when all passions are simply fatal in their action, when they wreck their victims with the weight of their folly. And there is a later period, a very much later period, when they marry with the spirit, when they spiritualize themselves. Formerly, owing to the stupidity inherent in passion, men waged war against passion itself. Men pledged themselves to annihilate it. All ancient moral mongers were unanimous on this point. Il faut tuer les passions. The most famous formula for this stands in the New Testament, in that Sermon on the Mount, where, let it be said incidentally, things are by no means regarded from a height. It is said there, for instance, with an application to sexuality, "If thy eye offend thee, pluck it out." Fortunately, no Christian acts in obedience to this precept. To annihilate the passions and desires simply on account of their stupidity, and to obviate the unpleasant consequences of their stupidity, seems to us today merely an aggravated form of stupidity. We no longer admire those dentists who extract teeth simply in order that they may not ache again. On the other hand, it will be admitted with some reason that on the soil from which Christianity grew, the idea of the spiritualization of passion could not possibly have been conceived. The early Church, as everyone knows, certainly did wage war against the intelligent in favor of the poor in spirit. In these circumstances, how could the passions be combated intelligently? The Church combats passion by means of excision of all kinds. Its practice, its remedy, is castration. It never inquires, how can a desire be spiritualized, beautified, deified? In all ages, it has laid the weight of discipline in the process of extirpation, the extirpation of sensuality, pride, lust of dominion, lust of property, and revenge. But to attack the passions at their roots means attacking life itself at its source. The method of the Church is hostile to life. 2. The same means, castration and extirpation, are instinctively chosen for waging war against a passion by those who are too weak of will, too degenerate, to impose some sort of moderation upon it. By those natures who, to speak in metaphor, and without metaphor, need la trappe, or some kind of ultimatum of war, a gulf set between themselves and a passion. Only degenerates find radical methods indispensable. Weakness of will, or more strictly speaking, the inability not to react to a stimulus, is in itself simply another form of degeneracy. Radical and moral hostility to sensuality remains a suspicious symptom. It justifies one in being suspicious of the general state of one who goes to such extremes. Moreover, that hostility and hatred reach their height only when such natures no longer possess enough strength of character to adopt the radical remedy to renounce their inner Satan.
Look at the whole history of the priests, the philosophers, and the artists as well. The most poisonous diatribes against the senses have not been said by the impotent, nor by the ascetics, but by those impossible ascetics, by those who found it necessary to be ascetics. 3. The spiritualization of sensuality is called love. It is a great triumph over Christianity. Another triumph is our spiritualization of hostility. It consists in the fact that we are beginning to realize very profoundly the value of having enemies. In short, that with them we are forced to do and to conclude precisely the reverse of what we previously did and concluded. In all ages, the Church wished to annihilate its enemies. We, the immoralists and antichrists, see our advantage in the survival of the Church. Even in political life, hostility has now become more spiritual, much more cautious, much more thoughtful, and much more moderate. Almost every party sees its self-preservative interests in preventing the opposition from going to pieces, and the same applies to politics on a grand scale. A new creation, more particularly, like the new empire, has more need of enemies than friends. Only as a contrast does it begin to feel necessary. Only as a contrast does it become necessary. And we behave in precisely the same way to the inner enemy. In this quarter, too, we have spiritualized enmity. In this quarter, too, we have understood its value. A man is productive only insofar as he is rich in contrasted instincts. He can remain young only on condition that his soul does not begin to take things easy and to yearn for peace. Nothing has grown more alien to us than that old desire, the peace of the soul, which is the aim of Christianity. Nothing could make us less envious than the moral cow and the plump happiness of a clean conscience. The man who has renounced war has renounced a grand life. In many cases, of course, peace of the soul is merely a misunderstanding. It is something very different, which has failed to find a more honest name for itself. Without either circumlocution or prejudice, I will suggest a few cases. Peace of the soul may, for instance, be the sweet effulgence of rich animality in the realm of morality, or religion, or the first presage of weariness, the first shadow that evening, every kind of evening, is wont to cast, or a sign that the air is moist, and that winds are blowing up from the south, or unconscious gratitude for a good digestion, sometimes called brotherly love, or the serenity of the convalescent, on whose lips all things have a new taste, and who bides his time, or the condition which follows upon a thorough gratification of our strongest passion, the well-being of unaccustomed satiety, or the senility of our will, of our desires, and of our vices, or laziness, coaxed by vanity into togging itself out in a moral garb, or the ending of a state of long suspense and of agonizing uncertainty by a state of certainty, of even terrible certainty, or the expression of ripeness and mastery in the midst of a task, of a creative work, of a production, of a thing willed, the calm breathing that denotes that freedom of will has been attained. Who knows? Maybe the Twilight of the Idols is only a sort of peace of the soul. 4. I will formulate a principle. All naturalism in morality, that is to say, every sound morality, is ruled by a life instinct. Any one of the laws of life
is fulfilled by the definite canon, thou shalt. Thou shalt not, and any sort of obstacle or hostile element in the road of life is thus cleared away. Conversely, the morality which is antagonistic to nature, that is to say, almost every morality that has been taught, honored, and preached hitherto, is directed precisely against the life instincts. It is a condemnation, now secret, now blatant and impudent, of these very instincts, inasmuch as it says, God sees into the heart of man. It says nay to the profoundest and most superior desires of life, and takes God as the enemy of life. The saint in whom God is well pleased is the ideal eunuch. Life terminates where the kingdom of God begins. 5. Admitting that you have understood the villainy of such a mutiny against life as that which has become almost sacrosanct in Christian morality, you have fortunately understood something besides, and that is the futility, the fictitiousness, the absurdity, and the falseness of such a mutiny. For the condemnation of life by a living creature is, after all, but the symptom of a definite kind of life. The question as to whether the condemnation is justified or the reverse is not even raised. In order even to approach the problem of the value of life, a man would need to be placed outside life, and moreover, know it as well as one, as many, as all, in fact, who have lived it. These are reasons enough to prove to us that this problem is an inaccessible one to us. When we speak of values, we speak under the inspiration and through the optics of life. Life itself urges us to determine values. Life itself values through us when we determine values. From which it follows that even that morality which is antagonistic to life, and which conceives God as the opposite and the condemnation of life, is only a valuation of life. Of what life? Of what kind of life? But I have already answered this question. It is the valuation of declining, of enfeebled, of exhausted, and of condemned life. Morality, as it has been understood hitherto, as it was finally formulated by Schopenhauer in the words, "the denial of the will to life," is the instinct of degeneration itself, which converts itself into an imperative. It says, perish. It is the death sentence of men who are already doomed. 6. Let us at last consider how exceedingly simple it is on our part to say, man should be thus and thus. Reality shows us a marvelous wealth of types, and a luxuriant variety of forms and changes. And yet the first wretch of a moral loafer that comes along cries, "No, man should be different." He even knows what man should be like, does this sanctimonious prig. He draws his own face on the wall and declares, "Ecce Homo." But even when the moralist addresses himself only to the individual, and says, "Thus and thus shouldst thou be," he still makes an ass of himself. The individual in his past and future is a piece of fate, one law the more, one necessity the more for all that is to come and is to be. To say to him, "Change thyself," is tantamount to saying that everything should change, even backwards as well. Truly these have been consistent moralists. They wished man to be different, i.e. virtuous. They wished him to be after their own image, that is to say, sanctimonious humbugs. And to this end they denied the world. No slight form of insanity, no modest form of immodesty. Morality insofar as it condemns per se, and not out of any aim, consideration, or motive of life, is a specific error, for which no one should feel any mercy, a degenerate idiosyncrasy that has done an unutterable amount of harm. We others, we immoralists, on the contrary, have opened our hearts wide to all kinds of comprehension, understanding, and approbation. We do not deny readily, we glory in saying yea to things. Our eyes have opened ever wider and wider to that economy which still employs, and knows how to use to its own advantage, all that which the sacred craziness of priests and the morbid reason in priests rejects, to that economy in the law of life which draws its own advantage even out of the repulsive race of bigots, the priests and the virtuous. What advantage? But we ourselves, we immoralists, are the reply to this question. End chapter 5. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 6. The Four Great Errors. 1. The error of the confusion of cause and effect. There is no more dangerous error than to confound the effect with the cause. I call this error the intrinsic perversion of reason. Nevertheless, this error is one of the most ancient and most recent habits of mankind. In one part of the world, it has even been canonized. It bears the name of, quote, religion, unquote, and, quote, morality, unquote. Every postulate formulated by religion and morality contains it. Priests and the promulgators of moral laws are the promoters of this perversion of reason. Let me give you an example. Everybody knows the book of the famous Cornaro, in which he recommends his slender diet as the recipe for a long, happy, and also virtuous life. Few books have been so widely read, and to this day many thousand copies of it are still printed annually in England. I do not doubt that there is scarcely a single book, the Bible of course excepted, that has worked more mischief, shortened more lives than this well-meant curiosity. The reason of this is the confusion of effect and cause. This worthy Italian saw the cause of his long life in his diet, whereas the prerequisites of long life, which are exceptional slowness of molecular change and a low rate of expenditure in energy, were the cause of his meager diet. He was not at liberty to eat a small or a great amount. His frugality was not the result of free choice. He would have been ill had he eaten more. He who does not happen to be a carp, however, is not only wise to eat well, but is also compelled to do so. A scholar of the present day, with his rapid consumption of nervous energy, would soon go to the dogs on Cornaro's diet. Crede experto. 2. The most general principle lying at the root of every religion and morality is this. Quote, do this and that, and avoid this and that, and thou wilt be happy. Otherwise, unquote. Every morality and every religion is this imperative. I call it the great original sin of reason, immortal unreason. In my mouth this principle is converted into its opposite, first example of my transvaluation of all values. A well-constituted man, a man who is one of nature's lucky strokes, must perform certain actions, and instinctively fear other actions. He introduces the element of order, of which he is the physiological manifestation, into his relations with men and things. In a formula, his virtue is the consequence of his good constitution. Longevity and plentiful offspring are not the reward of virtue. Virtue itself is, on the contrary, that retardation of the metabolic process which, among other things, results in a long life and in plentiful offspring, in short, in cornerism. The Church and morality say, quote, "A race, a people perish through vice and luxury," unquote. My reinstantiated reason says, when a people are going to the dogs, when they are degenerating physiologically, vice and luxury, that is to say, the need of ever stronger and more frequent stimuli, such as all exhausted natures are acquainted with, are bound to result. Such and such a young man grows pale and withered prematurely. His friends say this or that illness is the cause of it. I say, the fact that he became ill, the fact that he did not resist illness, was in itself already the outcome of impoverished life, of hereditary exhaustion. The newspaper reader says, such and such a party, by committing such an error, will meet its death. My superior politics say, a party that can make such mistakes is in its last agony. It no longer possesses any certainty of instinct. Every mistake is, in every sense, the sequel to degeneration of the instincts, to disintegration of the will. This is almost the definition of evil. Everything valuable is instinct, and consequently easy, necessary, free. Exertion is an objection. The god is characteristically different from the hero. In my language, light feet are the first attribute of divinity. 3. The error of false causality. In all ages, men have believed that they knew what a cause was. But whence did we derive this knowledge, or, more accurately, this faith in the fact that we know? Out of the realm of the famous inner facts of consciousness, not one of which has yet proved itself to be a fact. We believed ourselves to be causes, even in the action of the will. We thought that in this matter, at least we caught causality red-handed. No one doubted that all the antecedentia of an action were to be sought in consciousness, and could be discovered there as motive, if only they were sought. Otherwise we should not be free to perform them. We should not have been responsible for them. Finally, who would have questioned that a thought is caused, that the ego causes the thought? Of these three facts of inner consciousness, by means of which causality seemed to be guaranteed, the first and most convincing is that of the will as cause. The conception of consciousness, spirit, as a cause, and subsequently that of the ego, the subject, as a cause, were merely born afterwards, once the causality of the will stood established as given, as a fact of experience. Meanwhile, we have come to our senses. Today we no longer believe a word of all this. The quote, inner world unquote, is full of phantoms and will-o'-the-wisps. The will is one of these. The will no longer actuates. Consequently, it no longer explains anything. All it does is to accompany processes. It may even be absent. The so-called quote, motive unquote, is another error. It is merely a ripple on the surface of consciousness, a side issue of the action, which is much more likely to conceal than to reveal the antecedentia of the latter. And as for the ego, it has become legendary, fictional, a play upon words. It has ceased utterly and completely from thinking, feeling, and willing. What is the result of it all? There are no such things as spiritual causes. The whole of popular experience on this subject went to the devil. That is the result of it all. For we had blissfully abused that experience. We had built the world upon it as a world of causes, as a world of will, as a world of spirit. The most antiquated and most traditional psychology has been at work here. It has done nothing else. All phenomena were deeds in the light of this psychology, and all deeds were the result of will. According to it, the world was a complex mechanism of agents. An agent, a quote, subject, unquote, lay at the root of all things. Man projected his three, quote, inner facts of consciousness, unquote, the will, the spirit, and the ego, in which he believed most firmly, outside himself. He first deduced the concept being out of the concept ego. He supposed, quote, things, unquote, to exist, as he did himself, according to his notion of the ego as cause. Was it to be wondered at that later on he always found in things only that which he had laid in them? The thing itself, I repeat, the concept thing, was merely a reflex of the belief in the ego as cause. And even your atom, my dear good mechanists and physicists, what an amount of error, of rudimentary psychology still adheres to it, not to speak of the thing in itself, of the horrendum pudendum of the metaphysicians. The error of spirit, regarded as a cause, confounded with reality, and made the measure of reality, and called God. 4. The error of imaginary causes. Starting out from dreamland, we find that to any definite sensation, like that produced by a distant cannon shot, for instance, we are wont to ascribe a cause after the fact. Very often quite a little romance in which the dreamer himself is, of course, the hero. Meanwhile, the sensation becomes protracted, like a sort of continuous echo, until, as it were, the instinct of causality allows it to come to the front rank, no longer, however, as a chance occurrence, but as a thing which has some meaning. The cannon shot presents itself in a causal manner, by means of an apparent reversal in the order of time. That which occurs last, the motivation, is experienced first, often with 100 details, which flash past like lightning, and the shot is the result. What has happened? The ideas suggested by a particular state of our senses are misinterpreted as the cause of that state. As a matter of fact, we proceed in precisely the same manner when we are awake. The greater number of our general sensations, every kind of obstacle, pressure, tension, explosion in the interplay of the organs, and more particularly in the condition of the nervus sympathicus, stimulate our instinct of causality. We will have a reason which will account for our feeling thus or thus, for feeling ill or well. We are never satisfied by merely ascertaining the fact that we feel thus or thus. We admit this fact, we become conscious of it, only when we have attributed it to some kind of motivation. Memory, which in such circumstances unconsciously becomes active, adduces former conditions of a like kind, together with the causal interpretations with which they are associated, but not their real cause. The belief that the ideas, the accompanying processes of consciousness, have been the causes, is certainly produced by the agency of memory. And in this way, we become accustomed to a particular interpretation of causes which, truth to tell, actually hinders and even utterly prevents the investigation of the proper cause. 5. The psychological explanation of the above fact. To trace something unfamiliar back to something familiar is at once a relief, a comfort, and a satisfaction, while it also produces a feeling of power. The unfamiliar involves danger, anxiety, and care. The fundamental instinct is to get rid of these painful circumstances. First principle: any explanation is better than none at all. Since, at bottom, it is only a question of shaking oneself free from certain oppressive ideas, the means employed to this end are not selected with overmuch punctiliousness. The first idea by means of which the unfamiliar is revealed as familiar produces a feeling of such comfort that it is held to be true. The proof of happiness, of power, as the criterion of truth. The instinct of causality is therefore conditioned and stimulated by the feeling of fear. Whenever possible, the question, why, should not only educe the cause as cause, but rather a certain kind of cause, a comforting, liberating, and reassuring cause. The first result of this need is that something known or already experienced and recorded in the memory is posited as the cause. The new factor, that which has not been experienced and which is unfamiliar, is excluded from the sphere of causes. Not only do we try to find a certain kind of explanation as the cause, but those kinds of explanations are selected and preferred which dissipate most rapidly the sensation of strangeness, novelty, and unfamiliarity. In fact, the most ordinary explanations. And the result is that a certain manner of postulating causes tends to predominate ever more and more, becomes concentrated into a system, and finally reigns supreme, to the complete exclusion of all other causes and explanations. The banker thinks immediately of business, the Christian of sin, and the girl of her love affair. 6. The whole domain of morality and religion may be classified under the rubric imaginary causes. The explanation of general unpleasant sensations. These sensations are dependent upon certain creatures who are hostile to us. Evil spirits, the most famous example of this, the mistaking of hysterical women for witches. These sensations are dependent upon actions which are reprehensible. The feeling of sin, sinfulness, is a manner of accounting for a certain physiological disorder. People always find reasons for being dissatisfied with themselves. These sensations depend upon punishment, upon compensation for something which we ought not to have done, which we ought not to have been. This idea was generalized in a more impudent form by Schopenhauer into that principle in which morality appears in its real colors, that is to say, as a veritable poisoner and slanderer of life. Quote, "All great suffering, whether mental or physical, reveals what we deserve, for it could not visit us if we did not deserve it." Unquote. The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, page 666. These sensations are the outcome of ill-considered actions, having evil consequences. The passions, the senses, postulated as causes, as guilty. By means of other calamities, distressing physiological conditions, are interpreted as, quote, merited, unquote. The, quote, explanation, unquote, of pleasant sensations. These sensations are dependent upon a trust in God. They may depend upon our consciousness of having done one or two good actions. A so-called, quote, good conscience, unquote, is a physiological condition which may be the outcome of good digestion. They may depend upon the happy issue of certain undertakings. An ingenious mistake. The happy issue of an undertaking certainly does not give a hypochondriac or a Pascal any general sensation of pleasure. They may depend upon faith, love, and hope, the Christian virtues. As a matter of fact, all these pretended explanations are but the results of certain states, and, as it were, translations of feelings of pleasure and pain into a false dialect. A man is in a condition of hopefulness because the dominant physiological sensation of his being is again one of strength and wealth. He trusts in God because the feeling of abundance and power gives him a peaceful state of mind. Morality and religion are completely and utterly parts of the psychology of error. In every particular case, cause and effect are confounded, as truth is confounded with the effect of that which is believed to be true. Or a certain state of consciousness is confounded with the chain of causes which brought it about. 7. The error of free will. At present, we no longer have any mercy upon the concept free will. We know only too well what it is, the most egregious theological trick that has ever existed for the purpose of making mankind, quote, responsible, unquote, in a theological manner, that is to say, to make mankind dependent upon theologians. I will now explain to you only the psychology of the whole process of inculcating the sense of responsibility. Wherever men try to trace responsibility home to anyone, it is the instinct of punishment and of the desire to judge which is active. Becoming is robbed of its innocence when any particular condition of things is traced to a will, to intentions, and to responsible actions. The doctrine of the will was invented principally for the purpose of punishment, that is to say, with the intention of tracing guilt. The whole of ancient psychology, or the psychology of the will, is the outcome of the fact that its originators, who were the priests at the head of ancient communities, wanted to create for themselves a right to administer punishments, or the right for God to do so. Men were thought of as, quote, free, unquote, in order that they might be judged and punished, in order that they might be held guilty. Consequently, every action had to be regarded as voluntary, and the origin of every action had to be imagined as lying in consciousness. In this way, the most fundamentally fraudulent character of psychology was established as the very principle of psychology itself. Now that we have entered upon the opposite movement, now that we immoralists are trying with all our power to eliminate the concepts of guilt and punishment from the world once more, and to cleanse psychology, history, nature, and all social institutions and customs of all signs of these two concepts, we recognize no more radical opponents than the theologians, who with their notion of, quote, a moral order of things, unquote, still continue to pollute the innocence of becoming with punishment and guilt. Christianity is the metaphysics of the hangman. 8. What then alone can our teaching be? That no one gives man his qualities, neither God, society, his parents, his ancestors, nor himself. This nonsensical idea, which is at last refuted here, was taught as, quote, intelligible freedom, unquote, by Kant, and perhaps even as early as Plato himself. No one is responsible for the fact that he exists at all, that he is constituted as he is, and that he happens to be in certain circumstances and in a particular environment. The fatality of his being cannot be divorced from the fatality of all that which has been and will be. This is not the result of an individual intention, of a will, of an aim. There is no attempt at attaining to any ideal man, or ideal happiness, or ideal morality with him. It is absurd to wish him to be careering towards any sort of purpose. We invented the concept purpose. In reality, purpose is altogether lacking. One is necessary. One is a piece of fate. One belongs to the whole. One is in the whole. There is nothing that could judge, measure, compare, and condemn our existence, for that would mean judging, measuring, comparing, and condemning the whole. But there is nothing outside the whole. The fact that no one shall any longer be made responsible, that the nature of existence may not be traced to a causa prima, that the world is an entity neither as a sensorium nor as a spirit, this alone is the great deliverance. This alone is the innocence of becoming restored. The concept God has been the greatest objection to existence hitherto. We deny God. We deny responsibility in God. Thus alone do we save the world. End chapter 6. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 7. The, quote, improvers, unquote, of mankind. 1. You are aware of my demand upon philosophers that they should take up a stand beyond good and evil, that they should have the illusion of the moral judgment beneath them, This demand is the result of a point of view which I was the first to formulate: that there are no such things as moral facts. Moral judgment has this in common with the religious one, that it believes in realities which are not real. Morality is only an interpretation of certain phenomena, or, more strictly speaking, a misinterpretation of them. Moral judgment, like the religious one, belongs to a stage of ignorance, in which even the concept of reality, the distinction between real and imagined things, is still lacking, so that truth, at such a stage, is applied to a host of things which today we call imaginary. That is why the moral judgment must never be taken quite literally. As such, it is sheer nonsense. As a sign code, however, it is invaluable. To him at least who knows, it reveals the most valuable facts concerning cultures and inner conditions, which did not know enough to understand themselves. Morality is merely a sign language, merely symptomatology. One must already know what it is all about in order to turn it to any use. 2. Let me give you one example, quite provisionally. In all ages, there have been people who wished to, quote, improve, unquote, mankind. This, above all, is what was called morality. But the most different tendencies are concealed beneath the same word. Both the taming of the beast-man and the rearing of a particular type of man have been called improvement. These zoological termini alone represent real things of which the typical improver, the priest, naturally knows nothing and will know nothing. To call the taming of an animal improving it sounds to our ears almost like a joke. He who knows what goes on in menageries doubts very much whether an animal is improved in such places. It is certainly weakened, it is made less dangerous, and by means of the depressing influence of fear, pain, wounds, and hunger, it is converted into a sick animal. And the same holds good of the tamed man, whom the priest has improved. In the early years of the Middle Ages, during which the Church was most distinctly and above all a menagerie, the most beautiful examples of the blonde beast were hunted down in all directions. The noble Germans, for instance, were improved. But what did this improved German, who had been lured to the monastery, look like after the process? He looked like a caricature of a man, like an abortion. He had become a sinner. He was caged up. He had been imprisoned behind a host of appalling notions. He now lay there, sick, wretched, malevolent even towards himself, full of hate for the instincts of life, full of suspicion in regard to all that is still strong and happy. In short, a Christian. In physiological terms, in a fight with an animal, the only way of making it weak may be to make it sick. The Church understood this. It ruined man, it made him weak. But it laid claim to having improved him. 3. Now let us consider the other case, which is called morality. The case of the rearing of a particular race and species. The most magnificent example of this is offered by Indian morality and is sanctioned religiously as the law of Manu. In this book, the task is set of rearing no less than 4 races at once: a priestly race, a warrior race, a merchant and agricultural race, and finally a race of servants, the Sudras. it is quite obvious that we are no longer in a circus watching tamers of wild animals in this book. To have conceived even the plan of such a breeding scheme presupposes the existence of a man who is 100 times milder and more reasonable than the mere lion tamer. One breathes more freely after stepping out of the Christian atmosphere of hospitals and prisons into this more salubrious, loftier, and more spacious world. What a wretched thing the New Testament is beside Manu! What an evil odor hangs around it! But even this organization found it necessary to be terrible, not this time in a struggle with the animal man, but with his opposite, the non-caste man, the hodgepodge man, the Chandala. And once again, it had no other means of making him weak and harmless than by making him sick. It was the struggle with the greatest number. Nothing perhaps is more offensive to our feelings than these measures of security on the part of Indian morality. The third edict, for instance, Avadana Sastra 1, which treats of impure vegetables, ordains that the only nourishment that the Chandala should be allowed must consist of garlic and onions, as the Holy Scriptures forbid their being given corn or grain-bearing fruit, water, and fire. The same edict declares that the water which they need must be drawn neither out of rivers, wells, or ponds, but only out of the ditches leading to swamps, and out of the holes left by the footprints of animals. They are likewise forbidden to wash either their linen or themselves, since the water which is graciously granted to them must only be used for quenching their thirst. Finally, Sudra women are forbidden to assist Chandala women at their confinements, while Chandala women are also forbidden to assist each other at such times. The results of sanitary regulations of this kind could not fail to make themselves felt. Deadly epidemics and the most ghastly venereal diseases soon appeared, and in consequence of these again, the law of the knife, that is to say, circumcision, was prescribed for male children, and the removal of the small labia from the females. Manu himself says, "The Chandala are the fruit of adultery, incest, and crime," this being the necessary consequence of the idea of breeding. "Their clothes shall consist only of the rags torn from corpses. Their vessels shall be the fragments of broken pottery. Their ornaments shall be made of old iron, and their religion shall be the worship of evil spirits. Without rest they shall wander from place to place. They are forbidden to write from left to right, or to use their right hand in writing. The use of the right hand and writing from left to right are reserved to people of virtue, to people of race." 4. These regulations are instructive enough. We can see in them the absolutely pure and primeval humanity of the Aryans. We learn that the notion pure blood is the reverse of harmless. On the other hand, it becomes clear among which people the hatred, the Chandala hatred of this humanity, has been immortalized, among which people it has become religion and genius. From this point of view, the Gospels are document of the highest value, and the Book of Enoch is still more so. Christianity, as sprung from Jewish roots, and comprehensible only as grown upon this soil, represents the counter-movement against that morality of breeding, of race, and of privilege. It is essentially an anti-Aryan religion. Christianity is the transvaluation of all Aryan values, the triumph of Chandala values, the proclaimed gospel of the poor and of the low, the general insurrection of all the downtrodden, the wretched, the bungled, and the botched against the race, the immortal revenge of the Chandala as the religion of love. 5. The morality of breeding and the morality of taming, in the means which they adopt in order to prevail, are quite worthy of each other. We may lay down as a leading principle that, in order to create morality, a man must have the absolute will to immorality. This is the great and strange problem with which I have so long been occupied, the psychology of the improvers of mankind. A small, and at bottom perfectly insignificant fact, known as the Pia Fraus, first gave me access to this problem. The Pia Fraus, the heirloom of all philosophers and priests who improve mankind. Neither Manu, nor Plato, nor Confucius, nor the teachers of Judaism and Christianity have ever doubted their right to falsehood. They have never doubted their right to quite a number of other things. To express oneself in a formula, one might say, all means which have been used heretofore with the object of making man moral were through and through immoral. End chapter 7. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 8. Things the Germans Lack. Section 1. Among Germans at the present day, it does not suffice to have intellect. One is actually forced to appropriate it, to lay claim to it. Maybe I know the Germans. Perhaps I may tell them a few home truths. Modern Germany represents such an enormous store of inherited and acquired capacity that for some time it might spend this accumulated treasure even with some prodigality. It is no superior culture that has ultimately become prevalent with this modern tendency, nor is it by any means delicate taste or noble beauty of the instincts, but rather a number of virtues more manly than any that other European countries can show. An amount of good spirits and self-respect, plenty of firmness in human relations and in the reciprocity of duties, much industry and much perseverance, and a certain inherited soberness, which is much more in need of a spur than of a brake. Let me add that in this country people still obey, without feeling that obedience humiliates, and no one despises his opponent. You observe that it is my desire to be fair to the Germans, and in this respect I should not like to be untrue to myself. I must therefore also state my objections to them. It costs a good deal to attain to a position of power, for power stultifies. The Germans, they were once called a people of thinkers. Do they really think at all at present? Nowadays the Germans are bored by intellect. They mistrust intellect. Politics have swallowed up all earnestness for all really intellectual things. Germany, Germany above all, Translator's footnote. The German national hymn, Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. End footnote. I fear this was the death blow to German philosophy. Are there any German philosophers? Are there any German poets? Are there any good German books? People ask me abroad. I blush, but with that pluck which is peculiar to me, even in moments of desperation, I reply, yes, Bismarck. Could I have dared to confess what books are read today? Cursed instinct of mediocrity. Section 2. What might not German intellect have been? Who has not thought sadly upon this question? But this nation has deliberately stultified itself for almost 1,000 years. Nowhere else have the two great European narcotics, alcohol and Christianity, been so viciously abused as in Germany. Recently, a third opiate was added to the list, one which in itself alone would have sufficed to complete the ruin of all subtle and daring intellectual animation. I speak of music, our costive and constipating German music. How much peevish ponderousness, paralysis, dampness, dressing-gown languor, and beer is there not in German intelligence? How is it really possible that young men, who consecrate their whole lives to the pursuit of intellectual ends, should not feel within them the first instinct of intellectuality, the self-preservative instinct of the intellect, and should drink beer? The alcoholism of learned youths does not incapacitate them for becoming scholars. A man quite devoid of intellect may be a great scholar, but it is a problem in every other respect. Where can that soft degeneracy not be found which is produced in the intellect by beer? I once laid my finger upon a case of this sort, which became almost famous, the degeneration of our leading German free spirit, the clever David Strauss, into the author of a suburban gospel and new faith. Not in vain had he sung the praises of the dear old brown liquor in verse, true unto death. Section 3. I have spoken of German intellect. I have said that it is becoming coarser and shallower. Is that enough? In reality, something very different frightens me, and that is the ever-steady decline of German earnestness, German profundity, and German passion in things intellectual. Not only intellectuality, but also pathos has altered. From time to time I come in touch with German universities. What an extraordinary atmosphere prevails among their scholars! What barrenness, and what self-satisfied and lukewarm intellectuality! For anyone to point to German science as an argument against me would show that he grossly misunderstood my meaning, while it would also prove that he had not read a word of my writings. For 17 years, I have done little else than expose the de-intellectualizing influence of our modern scientific studies. The severe slavery to which every individual nowadays is condemned by the enormous range covered by the sciences is the chief reason why fuller, richer, and profounder natures can find no education or educators that are fit for them. Nothing is more deleterious to this age than the superfluity of pretentious loafers and fragmentary human beings. Our universities are really the involuntary forcing houses for this kind of withering up of the instincts of intellectuality. And the whole of Europe is beginning to know this. Politics, on a large scale, deceive no one. Germany is becoming ever more and more the flatland of Europe. I am still in search of a German with whom I could be serious after my own fashion. And how much more am I in search of one with whom I could be cheerful? The Twilight of the Idols. Ah, what man today would be capable of understanding the kind of seriousness from which a philosopher is recovering in this work? It is our cheerfulness that people understand least. Section 4. Let us examine another aspect of the question. It is not only obvious that German culture is declining, but adequate reasons for this decline are not lacking. After all, nobody can spend more than he has. This is true of individuals, it is also true of nations. If you spend your strength in acquiring power, or in politics on a large scale, or in economy, or in universal commerce, or in parliamentarism, or in military interests, if you dissipate the modicum of reason, of earnestness, of will, and of self-control that constitutes your nature in one particular fashion, you cannot dissipate it in another. A culture state is merely a modern idea. Translator's footnote. The word Kulturstaat, culture state, has become a standard expression in the German language, and is applied to the leading European states. End translator's note. The one lives upon the other. The one flourishes at the expense of the other. All great periods of culture have been periods of political decline. That which is great from the standpoint of culture was always unpolitical, even anti-political. Goethe's heart opened at the coming of Napoleon. It closed at the thought of the wars of liberation. At the very moment when Germany arose as a great power in the world of politics, France won new importance as a force in the world of culture. Even at this moment, a large amount of fresh intellectual earnestness and passion has emigrated to Paris. The question of pessimism, for instance, and the question of Wagner. In France, almost all psychological and artistic questions are considered with incomparably more subtlety and thoroughness than they are in Germany. The Germans are even incapable of this kind of earnestness. In the history of European culture, the rise of the empire signifies above all a displacement of the center of gravity. Everywhere people are already aware of this. In things that really matter, and these, after all, constitute culture, the Germans are no longer worth considering. I ask you, can you show me one single man of brains who could be mentioned in the same breath with other European thinkers, like your Goethe, your Hegel, your Heinrich Heine, and your Schopenhauer? The fact that there is no longer a single German philosopher worth mentioning is an increasing wonder. Section 5. Everything that matters has been lost sight of by the whole of the higher educational system of Germany. The end, quite as much as the means to that end. People forget that education, the process of cultivation itself, is the end, and not the empire. They forget that the educator is required for this end, and not the public school teacher and university scholar. Educators are needed, who are themselves educated, superior, and noble intellects, who can prove that they are thus qualified, that they are ripe and mellow products of culture at every moment of their lives, in word and in gesture. Not the learned louts who, like superior wet nurses, are now thrust upon the youth of the land by public schools and universities. With but rare exceptions, that which is lacking in Germany is the first prerequisite of education. That is to say, the educators. Hence the decline of German culture. One of those rarest exceptions is my highly respected friend Jakob Burckhardt of Bele. To him, above all, is Bele indebted for its foremost position in human culture. What the higher schools of Germany really do accomplish is this, that they brutally train a vast crowd of young men, in the smallest amount of time possible, to become useful and exploitable servants of the state. Higher education and a vast crowd. These terms contradict each other from the start. All superior education can only concern the exception. A man must be privileged in order to have a right to such a great privilege. All great and beautiful things cannot be a common possession. Pulchrum est paucorum hominum. What is it that brings about the decline of German culture? The fact that higher education is no longer a special privilege. The democracy of a process of cultivation that has become general, common. Nor must it be forgotten that the privileges of the military profession, by urging many to attend the higher schools, involve the downfall of the latter. In modern Germany, nobody is at liberty to give his children a noble education. In regard to their teachers, their curricula, and their educational aims, our higher schools are one and all established upon a fundamentally doubtful mediocre basis. Everywhere, too, a hastiness, which is unbecoming, rules supreme, just as if something would be forfeited if the young man were not finished at the age of 23, or did not know how to reply to the most essential question, which calling to choose. The superior kind of man, if you please, does not like callings, precisely because he knows himself to be called. He has time. He takes time. He cannot possibly think of becoming finished. In the matter of higher culture, a man of 30 years is a beginner, a child. Our overcrowded public schools, our accumulation of foolishly manufactured public school masters, are a scandal. Maybe there are very serious motives for defending this state of affair, as was shown quite recently by the professors of Heidelberg. But there can be no reasons for doing so. Section 6. In order to be true to my nature, which is affirmative and which concerns itself with contradictions and criticism only indirectly and with reluctance, let me state at once what the three objects are for which we need educators. People must learn to see, they must learn to think, and they must learn to speak and to write. The object of all three of these pursuits is a noble culture, to learn to see, to accustom the eye to calmness, to patience, and to allow things to come up to it, to defer judgment, and to acquire the habit of approaching and grasping an individual case from all sides. This is the first preparatory schooling of intellectuality. One must not respond immediately to a stimulus. One must acquire a command of the obstructing and isolating instincts. To learn to see, as I understand this matter, amounts almost to that which in popular language is called strength of will. Its essential feature is precisely not to wish to see, to be able to postpone one's decision. All lack of intellectuality, all vulgarity arises out of the inability to resist a stimulus. One must respond or react. Every impulse is indulged. In many cases, such necessary action is already a sign of morbidity, of decline, and a symptom of exhaustion. Almost everything that coarse popular language characterizes as vicious is merely that psychological inability to refrain from reacting. As an instance of what it means to have learnt to see, let me state that a man thus trained will as a learner have become generally slow, suspicious, and refractory. With hostile calm, he will first allow every kind of strange and new thing to come right up to him. He will draw back his hand at its approach. To stand with all the doors of one's soul wide open, to lie slavishly in the dust before every trivial fact at all times of the day, to be strained, ready for the leap, in order to deposit oneself, to plunge oneself into other souls and other things. In short, the famous objectivity of modern times is bad taste. It is essentially vulgar and cheap. Section 7. As to learning how to think, our schools no longer have any notion of such a thing. Even at the universities, among the actual scholars in philosophy, logic as a theory, as a practical pursuit, and as a business is beginning to die out. Turn to any German book. You will not find the remotest trace of a realization that there is such a thing as a technique, a plan of study, a will to mastery in the matter of thinking. That thinking insists upon being learnt, just as dancing insists upon being learnt, and that thinking insists upon being learnt as a form of dancing. What single German can still say he knows from experience that delicate shudder which light footfalls in matters intellectual cause to pervade his whole body and limbs? Stiff awkwardness in intellectual attitudes, and the clumsy fist in grasping. These things are so essentially German that outside Germany they are absolutely confounded with the German spirit. The German has no fingers for delicate nuances. The fact that the people of Germany have actually tolerated their philosophers, more particularly that most deformed cripple of ideas that has ever existed, the great Kant, gives one no inadequate notion of their native elegance. For, truth to tell, dancing in all its forms cannot be excluded from the curriculum of all noble education. Dancing with feet, with ideas, with words, and, need I add, that one must also be able to dance with the pen, that one must learn how to write. But at this stage I should become utterly enigmatical to German readers. End Chapter 8. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 9. Skirmishes in a War with the Age. Part 1. 1. My impossible people. Seneca, or the Toreador of Virtue. Rousseau, or the Return to Nature in Impuris Naturalibus. Schiller, or the Moral Trumpeter of Sickingen. Dante, or the hyena that writes poetry in tombs. Kant, or Kant as an illegible character. Victor Hugo, or the lighthouse on the sea of nonsense. Liszt, or the school of racing after women. Georges Sand, or Lactea ubertas in plain English, the cow with plenty of beautiful milk. Michelet, or enthusiasm in its shirt sleeves. Carlyle, or pessimism after undigested meals. John Stuart Mill, or offensive lucidity.
The Brothers Goncourt, or the Two Ajaxes Fighting with Homer. Music by Offenbach. Zola, or the Love of Stinking. 2. Renan, Theology, or the Corruption of Reason by Original Sin, Christianity, end paren. Proof of this. Renan, who, even in those rare cases where he ventures to say either yes or no on a general question, invariably misses the point with painful regularity. For instance, he would fain associate science and nobility, but surely it must be obvious that science is democratic. He seems to be actuated by a strong desire to represent an aristocracy of intellect, but at the same time he grovels on his knees, and not only on his knees, before the opposite doctrine, the gospel of the humble. What is the good of all free-spiritedness, modernity, mockery, and acrobatic suppleness, if in one's belly one is still a Christian, a Catholic, and even a priest? Renan's forte, precisely like that of a Jesuit and Father Confessor, lies in his seductiveness. His intellectuality is not devoid of that unctuous complacency of a parson. Like all priests, he becomes dangerous only when he loves. He is second to none in the art of skillfully worshipping a dangerous thing. This intellect of Renan's, which in its action is enervating, is one calamity the more for poor sick France, with her willpower all going to pieces. 3. Sans Beuve. There is naught of man in him. He is full of petty spite towards all virile spirits. He wanders erratically, he is subtle, inquisitive, a little bored, forever with his ear to keyholes. At bottom, a woman, with all woman's revengefulness and sensuality. As a psychologist, he is a genius of slander, inexhaustively rich in means to this end. No one understands better than he how to introduce a little poison into praise. In his fundamental instincts he is plebeian, and next of kin to Rousseau's resentful spirit. Consequently, he is a romanticist, for beneath all romanticism Rousseau's instinct for revenge grunts and frets. He is a revolutionary, but kept within bounds by funk. He is embarrassed in the face of everything that is strong, public opinion, the Academy, the court, even Port Royal. He is embittered against everything great in men and things, against everything that believes in itself. Enough of a poet and of a female to be able to feel greatness as power. He is always turning and twisting because, like the proverbial worm, he constantly feels that he is being trodden upon. As a critic, he has no standard of judgment, no guiding principle, no backbone. Although he possesses the tongue of the cosmopolitan libertine which can chatter about 1,000 things, he has not the courage even to acknowledge his libertinage. As a historian, he has no philosophy, and lacks the power of philosophical vision. Hence his refusal to act the part of a judge, and his adoption of the mask of objectivity in all important matters. His attitude is better in regard to all those things in which subtle and effete taste is the highest tribunal. In these things he really does have the courage of his own personality. He really does enjoy his own nature. He actually is a master. In some respects he is a prototype of Baudelaire. 4. The imitation of Christ is one of those books which I cannot even take hold of without physical loathing. It exhales a perfume of the eternally feminine, which to appreciate fully, one must be a Frenchman or a Wagnerite. This saint has a way of speaking about love which makes even Parisiennes feel a little curious. I am told that most intelligent of Jesuits, Auguste Comte, who wished to lead his compatriots back to Rome by the circuitous route of science, drew his inspiration from this book. And I believe it. Quote, "The religion of the heart." Unquote. 5. George Eliot. They are rid of the Christian God, and therefore think it all the more incumbent upon them to hold tight to Christian morality. This is an English way of reasoning, but let us not take it ill in moral females, a la Eliot. In England, every man who indulges in any trifling emancipation from theology must retrieve his honor in the most terrifying manner by becoming a moral fanatic. That is how they do penance in that country. As for us, we act differently. When we renounce the Christian faith, we abandon all right to Christian morality. This is not by any means self-evident, and in defiance of English shallow pates, the point must be made ever more and more plain. Christianity is a system, a complete outlook upon the world, conceived as a whole. If its leading concept, the belief in God, is wrenched from it, the whole is destroyed. Nothing vital remains in our grasp. Christianity presupposes that man does not and cannot know what is good or bad for him. The Christian believes in God, who alone can know these things. Christian morality is a command. Its origin is transcendental. It is beyond all criticism, all right to criticism. It is true only on condition that God is truth. It stands or falls with the belief in God. If the English really believe that they know intuitively and of their own accord what is good and evil, if, therefore, they assert that they no longer need Christianity as a guarantee of morality, this in itself is simply the outcome of the dominion of Christian valuations, and a proof of the strength and profundity of this dominion. It only shows that the origin of English morality has been forgotten, and that its exceedingly relative right to exist is no longer felt. For Englishmen, morality is not yet a problem. 6. Georges Sand. I have been reading the first Lettre d'un Voyageur. Like everything that springs from Rousseau's influence, it is false, made up, blown out, and exaggerated. I cannot endure this bright wallpaper style, any more than I can bear the vulgar strivings after generous feelings. The worst feature about it is certainly the coquettish adoption of male attributes by this female, after the manner of ill-bred schoolboys. And how cold she must have been inwardly all the while, this insufferable artist! She wound herself up like a clock, and wrote, as cold as Hugo and Balzac, as cold as all romanticists are as soon as they begin to write. And how self-complacently she must have lain there, this prolific ink-yielding cow! For she had something German in her, German in the bad sense, just as Rousseau, her master, had. Something which could only have been possible when French taste was declining. And Renan adores her. 7. a moral for psychologists. Do not go in for any notebook psychology. Never observe for the sake of observing. Such things lead to a false point of view, to a squint, to something forced and exaggerated. To experience things on purpose, this is not a bit of good. In the midst of an experience, a man should not turn his eyes upon himself. In such cases, any eye becomes the evil eye. A born psychologist instinctively avoids seeing for the sake of seeing, and the same holds good of the born painter. Such a man never works from nature. He leaves it to his instinct, to his camera obscura to sift, and to define the fact, nature, the experience, The general idea, the conclusion, the result, is the only thing that reaches his consciousness. He knows nothing of that willful process of deducing from particular cases. What is the result when a man sets about this matter differently? When, for instance, after the manner of Parisian novelists, he goes in for notebook psychology on a large and small scale. Such a man is constantly spying on reality, and every evening he bears home a handful of fresh curios. But look at the result: a mass of daubs, at best a piece of mosaic, in any case something heaped together, restless and garish. The Goncourt are the greatest sinners in this respect. They cannot put 3 sentences together which are not absolutely painful to the eye of the psychologist. From an artistic standpoint, nature is no model. It exaggerates, distorts, and leaves gaps. Nature is the accident. To study from nature seems to me a bad sign. It betrays submission, weakness, fatalism. This lying in the dust before trivial facts is unworthy of a thorough artist. To see what is the function of another order of intellects, the anti-artistic, the matter of fact. One must know who one is. 8. Concerning the psychology of the artist. For art to be possible at all, that is to say, in order that an aesthetic mode of action and of observation may exist, a certain preliminary physiological state is indispensable. Ecstasy. Translator's footnote. The German word Rausch, as used by Nietzsche here, suggests a blend of our 2 English words, intoxication and elation. End translator's note. This state of ecstasy must first have intensified the susceptibility of the whole machine. Otherwise, no art is possible. All kinds of ecstasy, however differently produced, have this power to create art, and above all the state dependent upon sexual excitement, this most venerable and primitive form of ecstasy. The same applies to that ecstasy which is the outcome of all great desires, all strong passions. The ecstasy of the feast, of the arena, of the act of bravery, of victory, of all extreme action, the ecstasy of cruelty, the ecstasy of destruction, the ecstasy following upon certain meteorological influences, as for instance that of springtime, or upon the use of narcotics, and finally the ecstasy of will, that ecstasy which results from accumulated and surging willpower. The essential feature of ecstasy is the feeling of increased strength and abundance. Actuated by this feeling, a man gives of himself to things, he forces them to partake of his riches, he does violence to them. This proceeding is called idealizing. Let us rid ourselves of a prejudice here. Idealizing does not consist, as is generally believed, in a suppression or an elimination of detail, or of unessential features. A stupendous accentuation of the principal characteristics is by far the most decisive factor at work, and in consequence the minor characteristics vanish. 9. In this state, a man enriches everything from out his own abundance. What he sees, what he wills, he sees distended, compressed, strong, overladen with power. He transfigures things until they reflect his power, until they are stamped with his perfection. This compulsion to transfigure into the beautiful is art. Everything, even that which he is not, is nevertheless to such a man a means of rejoicing over himself. In art, man rejoices over himself as perfection. It is possible to imagine a contrary state, a specifically anti-artistic state of the instincts, a state in which a man impoverishes, attenuates, and draws the blood from everything. And, truth to tell, history is full of such anti-artists, of such creatures of low vitality who have no choice but to appropriate everything they see and to suck its blood and make it thinner. This is the case with the genuine Christian, Pascal, for instance. There is no such thing as a Christian who is also an artist. Let no one be so childish as to suggest Raphael or any homeopathic Christian of the 19th century as an objection to this statement. Raphael said, yea. Raphael did, yea. Consequently, Raphael was no Christian. 10. What is the meaning of the antithetical concepts Apollonian and Dionysian, which I have introduced into the vocabulary of aesthetic, as representing two distinct modes of ecstasy? Apollonian ecstasy acts above all as a force stimulating the eye, so that it acquires the power of vision. The painter, the sculptor, the epic poet are essentially visionaries. In the Dionysian state, on the other hand, the whole system of passions is stimulated and intensified, so that it discharges itself by all the means of expression at once, and vents all its power of representation, of imitation, of transfiguration, of transformation, together, with every kind of mimicry and histrionic display at the same time. The essential feature remains the facility in transforming, the inability to refrain from reaction, a similar state to that of certain hysterical patients, who at the slightest hint assume any role. It is impossible for the Dionysian artist not to understand any suggestion. No outward sign of emotion escapes him. He possesses the instinct of comprehension and of divination in the highest degree, just as he is capable of the most perfect art of communication. He enters into every skin, into every passion. He is continually changing himself. Music, as we understand it today, is likewise a general excitation and discharge of the emotions. But, notwithstanding this, it is only the remnant of a much richer world of emotional expression, a mere residuum of Dionysian histrionism. For music to be made possible as a special art,
quite a number of senses, and particularly the muscular sense, had to be paralyzed, at least relatively, for all rhythm still appeals to our muscles to a certain extent. And thus man no longer imitates and represents physically everything he feels, as soon as he feels it. Nevertheless, that is the normal Dionysian state, and, in any case, its primitive state. Music is the slowly attained specialization of this state, at the cost of kindred capacities. 11. The actor, the mime, the dancer, the musician, and the lyricist are in their instincts fundamentally related, but they have gradually specialized in their particular branch, and become separated, even to the point of contradiction. The lyricist remained united with the musician for the longest period of time, and the actor with the dancer. The architect manifests neither a Dionysian nor an Apollonian state. In his case, it is the great act of will, the will that moveth mountains, the ecstasy of the great will, which inspires to art. The most powerful men have always inspired architects. The architect has always been under the suggestion of power. In the architectural structure, man's pride, man's triumph over gravitation, man's will to power assume a visible form. Architecture is a sort of oratory of power by means of forms. Now it is persuasive, even flattering, and at other times merely commanding. The highest sensation of power and security finds expression in grandeur of style. That power which no longer requires to be proved, which scorns to please, which responds only with difficulty, which feels no witnesses around it, which is oblivious of the fact that it is being opposed, which relies on itself fatalistically, and is a law among laws. Such power expresses itself quite naturally in grandeur of style. 12. I have been reading the life of Thomas Carlyle, that unconscious and involuntary farce, that heroico-moral interpretation of dyspeptic moods. Carlyle, a man of strong words and attitudes, a rhetorician by necessity, who seems ever to be tormented by the desire of finding some kind of strong faith, and by his inability to do so. In this respect, a typical romanticist. To yearn for a strong faith is not the proof of a strong faith, but rather the reverse. If a man have a strong faith, he can indulge in the luxury of skepticism. He is strong enough, firm enough, well knit enough for such a luxury. Carlyle stupefies something in himself by means of the fortissimo of his reverence for men of a strong faith, and his rage over those who are less foolish. He is in sore need of noise. An attitude of constant and passionate dishonesty towards himself. This is his proprium. By virtue of this, he is and remains interesting. Of course, in England he is admired precisely on account of his honesty. Well, that is English, and in view of the fact that the English are the nation of consummate cant, it is not only comprehensible but also very natural. At bottom, Carlyle is an English atheist who makes it a point of honor not to be one. 13. Emerson. He is much more enlightened, much broader, more versatile, and more subtle than Carlyle, but above all, he is happier. He is one who instinctively lives on ambrosia, and who leaves the indigestible parts of things on his plate. Compared with Carlyle, he is a man of taste. Carlyle, who was very fond of him, nevertheless declared that he does not give us enough to chew. This is perfectly true, but it is not unfavorable to Emerson. Emerson possesses that kindly intellectual cheerfulness which deprecates overmuch seriousness. He has absolutely no idea of how old he is already, and how young he will yet be. He could have said of himself, in Lope de Vega's words, "Yo me sucedo a mí mismo." His mind is always finding reasons for being contented, and even thankful, and at times he gets preciously near to that serene superiority of the worthy bourgeois, who, returning from an amorous rendezvous, tanquam rebene gesta, said gratefully, "Ut dicint vires, tamen est laudanda voluptas." 14. Anti-Darwin. As to the famous struggle for existence, it seems to me for the present to be more of an assumption than a fact. It does occur, but as an exception. The general condition of life is not one of want or famine, but rather of riches, of lavish luxuriance, and even of absurd prodigality. Where there is a struggle, it is a struggle for power. We should not confound Malthus with nature. Supposing, however, that this struggle exists, and it does indeed occur, its result is unfortunately the very reverse of that which the Darwinian school seems to desire, and of that which, in agreement with them, we might also desire. That is to say, it is always to the disadvantage of the strong, the privileged, and the happy exceptions. Species do not evolve towards perfection. The weak always prevail over the strong, simply because they are the majority, and because they are also the more crafty. Darwin forgot the intellect. That is English. The weak have more intellect. In order to acquire intellect, one must be in need of it. One loses it when one no longer needs it. He who possesses strength flings intellect to the deuce. Let it go hence. Translator's footnote. An allusion to a verse in Luther's hymn, Lass fahren dahin, das Reich muss uns doch blieben, which Nietzsche applies to the German Empire. End footnote. Say the Germans of the present day, the Empire will remain. As you perceive, intellect to me means caution, patience, craft, dissimulation, great self-control, and everything related to mimicry. What is praised nowadays as virtue is very closely related to the latter. 15. Casuistry of a psychologist. This man knows mankind. To what purpose does he study his fellows? He wants to derive some small or even great advantages from them. He is a politician. That man yonder is also well versed in human nature, and ye tell me that he wishes to draw no personal profit from his knowledge? That he is a thoroughly disinterested person? Examine him a little more closely. Maybe he wishes to derive a more wicked advantage from his possession, namely, to feel superior to men, to be able to look down upon them, no longer to feel one of them. This disinterested person is a despiser of mankind, and the former is of a more humane type, whatever appearances may seem to say to the contrary. At least he considers himself the equal of those around him,
at least he classifies himself with them. 16. The psychological tact of Germans seems to me to have been set in doubt by a whole series of cases which my modesty forbids me to enumerate. In one case, at least, I shall not let the occasion slip for substantiating my contention. I bear the Germans a grudge for having made a mistake about Kant and his backstairs philosophy, as I call it. Such a man was not the type of intellectual uprightness. Another thing I hate to hear is a certain infamous "and." The Germans say Goethe and Schiller. I even fear that they say Schiller and Goethe. Has nobody found Schiller out yet? But there are other ands, which are even more egregious. With my own ears I have heard, only among university professors, it is true, men speak of Schopenhauer and Hartmann. Translator's footnote: a disciple of Schopenhauer who blunted the sharpness of his master's pessimism, and who watered it down for modern requirements. End translator's note. 17. The most intellectual men, provided they are also the most courageous, experience the most excruciating tragedies, but on that very account they honor life, because it confronts them with its most formidable antagonism. 18. Concerning the conscience of the intellect, nothing seems to me more uncommon today than genuine hypocrisy. I strongly suspect that this growth is unable to flourish in the mild climate of our culture. Hypocrisy belongs to an age of strong faith, one in which one does not lose one's own faith in spite of the fact that one has to make an outward show of holding another faith. Nowadays, a man gives it up, or, what is still more common, he acquires a second faith. In any case, however, he remains honest. Without a doubt, it is possible to have a much larger number of convictions at present than it was formerly. Possible, that is to say, allowable, that is to say, harmless. From this, there arises an attitude of toleration towards oneself. Toleration towards oneself allows of a greater number of convictions. The latter live comfortably side by side, and they take jolly good care, as all the world does today, not to compromise themselves. How does a man compromise himself today? When he is consistent, when he pursues a straight course, when he has anything less than 5 faces, when he is genuine. I very greatly fear that modern man is much too fond of comfort for certain vices, and the consequence is that the latter are dying out. Everything evil, which is the outcome of strength and will, and maybe there is nothing evil without the strength of will, degenerates, in our muggy atmosphere, into virtue. The few hypocrites I have known only imitated hypocrisy. Like almost every 10th man today, they were actors. End Part 1, Chapter 9. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 9,
Skirmishes in a War with the Age. Part 2. 19. Beautiful and ugly. Nothing is more relative, let us say, more restricted, than our sense of the beautiful. He who would try to divorce it from the delight man finds in his fellows would immediately lose his footing. Beauty in itself is simply a word, it is not even a concept. In the beautiful, man postulates himself as the standard of perfection. In exceptional cases, he worships himself as that standard. A species has no other alternative than to say yea to itself alone in this way. Its lowest instinct, the instinct of self-preservation and self-expansion, still radiates in such sublimities. Man imagines the world itself to be overflowing with beauty. He forgets that he is the cause of it all. He alone has endowed it with beauty. Alas! And only with human, all too human beauty. Truth to tell, man reflects himself in things. He thinks everything beautiful that throws his own image back at him. The judgment beautiful is the vanity of his species. A little demon of suspicion may well whisper into the skeptic's ear, is the world really beautified simply because man thinks it beautiful? He has only humanized it, that is all. But nothing, absolutely nothing, proves to us that it is precisely man who is the proper model of beauty. Who knows what sort of figure he would cut in the eyes of a higher judge of taste? He might seem a little outre, perhaps even somewhat amusing, perhaps a trifle arbitrary. O Dionysus, thou divine one, why dost thou pull mine ears? Ariadne asks on one occasion of her philosophic lover during one of those famous conversations on the island of Naxos. I find a sort of humor in thine ears, Ariadne. Why are they not a little longer? 20. Nothing is beautiful. Man alone is beautiful. All aesthetic rests upon this piece of ingeniousness. It is the first axiom of this science. And now let us straightway add the second to it. Nothing is ugly save the degenerate man. Within these two first principles the realm of aesthetic judgments is confined. From the physiological standpoint, everything ugly weakens and depresses man. It reminds him of decay, danger, impotence. He literally loses strength in its presence. The effect of ugliness may be gauged by the dynameter. Whenever man's spirits are downcast, it is a sign that he scents the proximity of something ugly. His feeling of power, his will to power, his courage and his pride, these things collapse at the sight of what is ugly, and rise at the sight of what is beautiful. In both cases, an inference is drawn, the premises to which are stored with extraordinary abundance in the instincts. Ugliness is understood to signify a hint and a symptom of degeneration. That which reminds us, however remotely, of degeneracy impels us to the judgment ugly. Every sign of exhaustion, of gravity, of age, of fatigue, every kind of constraint, such as cramp or paralysis, and above all the smells, colors, and forms associated with decomposition and putrefaction, however much they may have been attenuated into symbols, all these things provoke the same reaction, which is the judgment ugly.
A certain hatred expresses itself here. What is it that man hates? Without a doubt, it is the decline of his type. In this regard, his hatred springs from the deepest instincts of the race. There is horror, caution, profundity, and far-reaching vision in this hatred. It is the most profound hatred that exists. On its account alone, art is profound. 21. Schopenhauer, the last German who is to be reckoned with, who is a European event like Goethe, Hegel, or Heinrich Heine, and who is not merely local, national, is, for a psychologist, a case of the first rank. I mean, as a malicious though masterly attempt to enlist, on the side of a general nihilistic depreciation of life, the very forces which are opposed to such a movement. That is to say, the great self-affirming powers of the will to live, the exuberant forms of life itself. He interpreted art, heroism, genius, beauty, great sympathy, knowledge, the will to truth, and tragedy, one after the other as the results of the denial, or of the need of the denial, of the will. The greatest forgery, Christianity always accepted, which history has to show. Examined more carefully, he is in this respect simply the heir of the Christian interpretation, except that he knew how to approve in a Christian fashion, i.e. nihilistically, even of the great facts of human culture, which Christianity completely repudiates. He approved of them as paths to salvation, as preliminary stages to salvation, as appetizers calculated to arouse the desire for salvation. 22. Let me point to one single instance. Schopenhauer speaks of beauty with melancholy ardor. Why, in sooth, does he do this? Because in beauty he sees a bridge on which one can travel further, or which stimulates one's desire to travel further. According to him, it constitutes a momentary emancipation from the will. It lures to eternal salvation. He values it more particularly as a deliverance from the, quote, burning core of the will, unquote, which is sexuality. In beauty, he recognizes the negation of the procreative instinct. Singular saint! Someone contradicts thee, I fear it is nature. Why is there beauty of tone, color, aroma, and of rhythmic movement in nature at all? What is it forces beauty to the fore? Fortunately, too, a certain philosopher contradicts him, no less an authority than the divine Plato himself, thus does Schopenhauer call him, upholds another proposition, that all beauty lures to procreation, that this, precisely, is the chief characteristic of its effect. From the lowest sensuality to the highest spirituality. 23. Plato goes further, with an innocence for which a man must be Greek and not Christian. He says that there would be no such thing as Platonic philosophy if there were not such beautiful boys in Athens. It was the sight of them alone that set the soul of the philosopher reeling with erotic passion, and allowed it no rest until it had planted the seeds of all lofty things in a soil so beautiful. He was also a singular saint. One scarcely believes one's ears, even supposing one believes Plato. At least one realizes that philosophy was pursued differently in Athens, above all publicly. Nothing is less Greek than the cobweb spinning with concepts by an anchorite, amor intellectualis Dei after the fashion of Spinoza. Philosophy, according to Plato's style, might be defined rather as an erotic competition, as a continuation and a spiritualization of the old agonal gymnastics and the conditions on which they depend. What was the ultimate outcome of this philosophic eroticism of Plato's? A new art form of the Greek agon, dialectics. In opposition to Schopenhauer and to the honor of Plato, I would remind you that all the higher culture and literature of classical France, as well, grew up on the soil of sexual interests. In all its manifestations you may look for gallantry, the senses, sexual competition, and woman, and you will not look in vain. 24. L'art pour l'art. The struggle against a purpose in art is always a struggle against the moral tendency in art, against its subordination to morality. L'art pour l'art means, let morality go to the devil. But even this hostility betrays the preponderating power of the moral prejudice. If art is deprived of the purpose of preaching morality and of improving mankind, it does not by any means follow that art is absolutely pointless, purposeless, senseless. In short, l'art pour l'art, a snake which bites its own tail. No purpose at all is better than a moral purpose, thus does pure passion speak. A psychologist, on the other hand, puts the question, what does all art do? Does it not praise? Does it not glorify? Does it not select? Does it not bring things into prominence? In all this, it strengthens or weakens certain valuations. Is this only a secondary matter, an accident, something in which the artist's instinct has no share? Or is it not rather the very prerequisite which enables the artist to accomplish something? Is his most fundamental instinct concerned with art? Is it not rather concerned with the purpose of art, with life, with a certain desirable kind of life? Art is the great stimulus to life. How can it be regarded as purposeless, as pointless, as l'art pour l'art? There still remains one question to be answered. Art also reveals much that is ugly, hard, and questionable in life. Does it not thus seem to make life intolerable? And, as a matter of fact, there have been philosophers who have ascribed this function to art. According to Schopenhauer's doctrine, the general object of art was to free one from the will, and what he honored as the great utility of tragedy was that it made people more resigned. But this, as I've already shown, is a pessimistic standpoint. It is the evil eye. The artist himself must be appealed to. What is it that the soul of the tragic artist communicates to others? Is it not precisely his fearless attitude towards that which is terrible and questionable? This attitude is in itself a highly desirable one. He who has once experienced it honors it above everything else. He communicates it. He must communicate, provided he is an artist and a genius in the art of communication, a courageous and free spirit in the presence of a mighty foe, in the presence of a sublime misfortune, and face to face with a problem that inspires horror. This is the triumphant attitude which the tragic artist selects, and which he glorifies. The martial elements in our soul celebrate their Saturnalia in tragedy. He who is used to suffering, he who looks out for suffering, the heroic man, extols his existence by means of tragedy.
To him alone does the tragic artist offer this cup of sweetest cruelty. 25. To associate in an amiable fashion with anybody, to keep the house of one's heart open to all, is certainly liberal, but it is nothing else. One can recognize the hearts that are capable of noble hospitality by their wealth of screened windows and closed shutters. They keep their best rooms empty. Whatever for? Because they are expecting guests who are somebodies. 26. We no longer value ourselves sufficiently highly when we communicate our soul's content. Our real experiences are not at all garrulous. They could not communicate themselves even if they wished to. They are at a loss to find words for such confidences. Those things for which we find words are things we have already overcome. In all speech there lies an element of contempt. Speech, it would seem, was only invented for average, mediocre, and communicable things. Every spoken word proclaims the speaker vulgarized. Extract from a moral code for deaf and dumb people, and other philosophers. 27. Quote, "This picture is perfectly beautiful," unquote. Translator's note. Quotation from the libretto of Mozart's Magic Flute, Act 1, Scene 3. End translator's note. The dissatisfied and exasperated literary woman with a desert in her heart and in her belly, listening with agonized curiosity every instant to the imperative which whispers to her from the very depths of her being, aut liberi, aut libri. The literary woman, sufficiently educated to understand the voice of nature, even when nature speaks Latin, and moreover enough of a peacock and a goose to speak even French with herself in secret. Je me verrai, je me lirai, je m'exastirai, et je dirai, possible que j'aie eu tant d'esprit? 28. The objective ones speak. Nothing comes more easily to us than to be wise, patient, superior. We are soaked in the oil of indulgence and of sympathy. We are absurdly just. We forgive everything. Precisely on that account, we should be severe with ourselves. For that very reason, we ought from time to time to go in for a little emotion, a little emotional vice. It may seem bitter to us, and between ourselves we may even laugh at the figure which it makes us cut. But what does it matter? We have no other kind of self-control left. This is our asceticism, our manner of performing penance. To become personal, the virtues of the impersonal and objective one. 29. Extract from a doctor's examination paper. What is the task of all higher schooling? To make man into a machine. What are the means employed? He must learn how to be bored. How is this achieved? By means of the concept duty. What example of duty has he before his eyes? The philologist. It is he who teaches people how to swat. Who is the perfect man? The government official. Which philosophy furnishes the highest formula for the government official? Kant's philosophy. The government official as thing in itself made judge over the government official as appearance.
30. The right to stupidity. The worn-out worker, whose breath is slow, whose look is good-natured, and who lets things slide just as they please. This typical figure which, in this age of labor, and of empire, is to be met with in all classes of society, has now begun to appropriate even art, including the book, above all the newspaper, and how much more so beautiful nature, Italy. This man of the evening, with his savage instincts lulled, as Faust has it, needs his summer holiday, his sea baths, his glacier, his Beirut. In such ages, art has the right to be purely foolish, as a sort of vacation for spirit, wit, and sentiment. Wagner understood this. Pure foolishness is a pick-me-up. 31. Yet another problem of diet. The means with which Julius Caesar preserved himself against sickness and headaches, heavy marches, the simplest mode of living, uninterrupted sojourns in the open air, continual hardships. Generally speaking, these are the self-preservative and self-defensive measures against the extreme vulnerability of those subtle machines working at the highest pressure, which are called geniuses. 32. The immoralist speaks. Nothing is more distasteful to true philosophers than man when he begins to wish. If they see man only at his deeds, if they see this bravest, craftiest, and most enduring of animals even inextricably entangled in disaster, how admirable he then appears to them! They even encourage him. But true philosophers despise the man who wishes, as also the desirable man, and all the desiderata and ideals of man in general. If a philosopher could be a nihilist, he would be one, for he finds only nonentity behind all human ideals, or not even nonentity, but vileness, absurdity, sickness, cowardice, fatigue, and all sorts of dregs from out the quaffed goblets of his life. How is it that man, who as a reality is so estimable, ceases from deserving respect the moment he begins to desire? Must he pay for being so perfect as a reality? Must he make up for his deeds, for the tension of spirit and will which underlies all his deeds, by an eclipse of his power in matters of the imagination and in absurdity? Hitherto, the history of his desires has been the partie honteuse of mankind. One should take care not to read too deeply in this history. That which justifies man is his reality. It will justify him to all eternity. How much more valuable is a real man than any other man who is merely the phantom of desires, of dreams, of stinks, and of lies, than any kind of ideal man. And the ideal man alone is what the philosopher cannot abide. 33. The natural value of egoism. Selfishness has as much value as the physiological value of him who practices it. Its worth may be great, or it may be worthless and contemptible. Every individual may be classified according to whether he represents the ascending or the descending line of life. When this is decided, a canon is obtained by means of which the value of his selfishness may be determined. If he represent the ascending line of life,
his value is of course extraordinary, and for the sake of the collective life which in him makes one step forward, the concern about his maintenance, about procuring his optimum of conditions, may even be extreme. The human unit, the individual, as the people and the philosopher have always understood him, is certainly an error. He is nothing in himself, no atom, no link in the chain, no mere heritage from the past. He represents the whole direct line of mankind up to his own life. If he represent declining development, decay, chronic degeneration, sickness, illnesses are, on the whole, already the outcome of decline, and not the cause thereof. He is of little worth, and the purest equity would have him take away as little as possible from those who are lucky strokes of nature. He is then only a parasite upon them. 34. The Christian and the Anarchist. When the anarchist, as the mouthpiece of the decaying strata of society, raises his voice in splendid indignation for right, justice, equal rights, he is only groaning under the burden of his ignorance, which cannot understand why he actually suffers, what his poverty consists of, the poverty of life. An instinct of causality is active in him. Someone must be responsible for his being so ill at ease. His splendid indignation alone relieves him somewhat. It is a pleasure for all poor devils to grumble. It gives them a little intoxicating sensation of power. The very act of complaining, the mere fact that one bewails one's lot, may lend such a charm to life that on that account alone one is ready to endure it. There is a small dose of revenge in every lamentation. One casts one's affections, and, under certain circumstances, even one's baseness, in the teeth of those who are different, as if their condition were an injustice, an iniquitous privilege. Since I am a blackguard, you ought to be one too. It is upon such reasoning that revolutions are based. To bewail one's lot is always despicable. It is always the outcome of weakness. Whether one ascribes one's afflictions to others or to one's self, it is all the same. The socialist does the former, the Christian, for instance, does the latter. That which is common to both attitudes, or rather, that which is equally ignoble in them both, is the fact that somebody must be to blame if one suffers. In short, that the sufferer drugs himself with the honey of revenge to allay his anguish. The objects towards which this lust of vengeance, like a lust of pleasure, are directed, are purely accidental causes. In all directions the sufferer finds reasons for cooling his petty passion for revenge. If he is a Christian, I repeat, he finds these reasons in himself. The Christian and the anarchist both are decadents. But even when the Christian condemns, slanders, and sullies the world, he is actuated by precisely the same instinct as that which leads the socialistic workman to curse, calumniate, and cast dirt at society. The last judgment itself is still the sweetest solace to revenge. Revolution, as the socialistic workman expects it, only thought of as a little more remote. The notion of a beyond as well. Why a beyond, if it be not a means of splashing mud over a here, over this world? 35. A criticism of the morality of decadence.
an altruistic morality, a morality under which selfishness withers, is in all circumstances a bad sign. This is true of individuals, and above all of nations. The best are lacking when selfishness begins to be lacking. Instinctively to select that which is harmful to one, to be lured by disinterested motives, these things almost provide the formula for decadence. Not to have one's own interests at heart, this is simply a moral fig leaf concealing a very different fact, a physiological one, to wit, I no longer know how to find what is to my interest. Disintegration of the instincts. All is up with man when he becomes altruistic. Instead of saying ingeniously, I am no longer any good, the lie of morality in the decadent's mouth says, nothing is any good, life is no good. A judgment of this kind ultimately becomes a great danger, for it is infectious, and it soon flourishes on the polluted soil of society with tropical luxuriance, now as a religion, Christianity, anon as a philosophy, Schopenhauerism. In certain circumstances, the mere effluvia of such a venomous vegetation, springing as it does out of the very heart of putrefaction, can poison life for thousands and thousands of years. End Part 2, Chapter 9. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 9. Skirmishes in a War with the Age. Part 3. 36. A moral for doctors. The sick man is a parasite of society. In certain cases it is indecent to go on living, to continue to vegetate in a state of cowardly dependence upon doctors and special treatments. Once the meaning of life, the right to life, has been lost, ought to be regarded with the greatest contempt by society. The doctors, for their part, should be the agents for imparting this contempt. They should no longer prepare prescriptions, but should every day administer a fresh dose of disgust to their patients. A new responsibility should be created, that of the doctor, the responsibility of ruthlessly suppressing and eliminating degenerate life, in all cases in which the highest interests of life itself, of ascending life, demand such a course. For instance, in favor of the right of procreation, in favor of the right of being born, in favor of the right to live. One should die proudly when it is no longer possible to live proudly. Death should be chosen freely, death at the right time, faced clearly and joyfully, and embraced while one is surrounded by one's children and other witnesses. It should be effected in such a way that a proper farewell is still possible, that he who is about to take leave of us is still himself, and really capable not only of valuing what he has achieved and willed in life, but also of summing up the value of life itself. Everything precisely the opposite of the ghastly comedy which Christianity has made of the hour of death.
We should never forgive Christianity for having so abused the weakness of the dying man as to do violence to his conscience, or for having used his manner of dying as a means of valuing both man and his past. In spite of all cowardly prejudices, it is our duty, in this respect, above all to reinstate the proper, that is to say, the physiological aspect of so-called natural death, which, after all, is perfectly unnatural, and nothing else than suicide. One never perishes through anybody's fault but one's own. The only thing is that the death which takes place in the most contemptible circumstances, the death that is not free, the death which occurs at the wrong time, is the death of a coward. Out of the very love one bears to life, one should wish death to be different from this, that is to say, free, deliberate, and neither a matter of chance nor of surprise. Finally, let me whisper a word of advice to our friends the pessimists and all other decadents. We have not the power to prevent ourselves from being born, but this error, for sometimes it is an error, can be rectified if we choose. The man who does away with himself performs the most estimable of deeds. He almost deserves to live for having done so. Society, nay, life itself, derives more profit from such a deed than from any sort of life spent in renunciation, anemia, and other virtues. At least the suicide frees others from the sight of him. At least he removes one objection against life. Pessimism, pur et ver, can be proved only by the self-refutation of the pessimists themselves. One should go a step further in one's consistency. One should not merely deny life with the world as will and idea, as Schopenhauer did. One should, in the first place, deny Schopenhauer. Incidentally, pessimism, however infectious it may be, does not increase the morbidness of an age or of a whole species. It is rather the expression of that morbidness. One falls a victim to it in the same way as one falls a victim to cholera. One must already be predisposed to the disease. Pessimism in itself does not increase the number of the world's decadents by a single unit. Let me remind you of the statistical fact that in those years in which cholera rages, the total number of deaths does not exceed that of other years. 37. Have we become more moral? As might have been expected, the whole ferocity of moral stultification, which, as is well known, passes for morality itself in Germany, hurled itself against my concept beyond good and evil. I could tell you some nice tales about this. Above all, people tried to make me see the incontestable superiority of our age in regard to moral sentiment, and the progress we had made in these matters. Compared with us, a Caesar Borgia was by no means to be represented as higher man, the sort of Superman which I declared him to be. The editor of the Swiss paper, the Bund, went so far as not only to express his admiration for the courage displayed by my enterprise, but also to pretend to understand that the intended purpose of my work was to abolish all decent feeling. Much obliged. In reply, I venture to raise the following question: have we really become more moral? The fact that everybody believes that we have is already an objection to the belief. We modern men, so extremely delicate and susceptible, full of consideration one for the other, actually dare to suppose that the pampering fellow-feeling which we all display, this unanimity which we have at last acquired in sparing and helping and trusting one another, marks a definite step forward, and shows us to be far ahead of the man of the Renaissance.
but every age thinks the same. It is bound to think the same. This, at least, is certain, that we should not dare to stand amid the conditions which prevailed at the Renaissance. We should not even dare to imagine ourselves in those conditions. Our nerves could not endure that reality, not to speak of our muscles. The inability to do this, however, does not denote any progress, but simply the different and more senile quality of our particular nature, its greater weakness, delicateness, and susceptibility, out of which a morality more rich in consideration was bound to arise. If we imagine our delicateness and senility, our physiological decrepitude, as non-existent, our morality of humanization would immediately lose all value. No morality has any value per se. It would even fill us with scorn. On the other hand, do not let us doubt that we moderns, wrapped as we are in the thick cotton wool of our humanitarianism, which would shrink even from grazing a stone, would present a comedy to Caesar Borgia's contemporaries, which would literally make them die of laughter. We are indeed, without knowing it, exceedingly ridiculous with our modern virtues. The decline of the instincts of hostility, and of those instincts that arouse suspicion, for this, if anything, is what constitutes our progress, is only one of the results manifested by the general decline in vitality. It requires 100 times more trouble and caution to live such a dependent and senile existence. In such circumstances, everybody gives everybody else a helping hand, and, to a certain extent, everybody is either an invalid or an invalid's attendant. This is then called virtue. Among those men who knew a different life, that is to say, a fuller, more prodigal, more superabundant sort of life, it might have been called by another name, perhaps cowardice, or vileness, or old woman's morality. Our mollification of morals, this is my cry, this, if you will, is my innovation, is the outcome of our decline. Conversely, hardness and terribleness in morals may be the result of a surplus of life. When the latter state prevails, much is dared, much is challenged, and much is also squandered. That which formerly was simply the salt of life would now be our poison. To be indifferent, even this is a form of strength. For that, likewise, we are too senile, too decrepit. Our morality of fellow-feeling, against which I was the first to raise a finger of warning, that which might be called moral impressionism, is one symptom the more of the excessive physiological irritability which is peculiar to everything decadent. That movement which attempted to introduce itself in a scientific manner on the shoulders of Schopenhauer's morality of pity, a very sad attempt, is in its essence the movement of decadence in morality, and as such it is intimately related to Christian morality. Strong ages and noble cultures see something contemptible in pity, in the love of one's neighbor, and in a lack of egoism and of self-esteem. Ages should be measured according to their positive forces. Valued by this standard, that prodigal and fateful age of the Renaissance appears as the last great age, while we moderns, with our anxious care of ourselves and love of our neighbors, with all our unassuming virtues of industry, equity, and scientific method, with our lust of collection, of economy, and of mechanism, represent a weak age. Our virtues are necessarily determined, and are even stimulated, by our weakness. Equality, a certain definite process of making everybody uniform, which only finds its expression in the theory of equal rights, is essentially bound up with a declining culture. The chasm between man and man, class and class, the multiplicity of types, the will to be one's self, and to distinguish oneself, that, in fact, which I call the pathos of distance, is proper to all strong ages. The force of tension, nay, the tension itself, between extremes, grows slighter every day. The extremes themselves are tending to become obliterated to the point of becoming identical. All our political theories and state constitutions, not by any means excepting the German Empire, are the logical consequences, the necessary consequences of decline. The unconscious effect of decadence has begun to dominate even the ideals of the various sciences. My objection to the whole of English and French sociology still continues to be this, that it knows only the decadent form of society from experience, and with perfectly childlike innocence takes the instincts of decline as the norm, the standard of sociological valuations. Descending life, the decay of all organizing power, that is to say, of all that power which separates, cleaves gulfs, and establishes rank above and below, formulated itself in modern sociology as the ideal. Our socialists are decadents. But Herbert Spencer was also a decadent. He saw something to be desired in the triumph of altruism. 38. My concept of freedom. Sometimes the value of a thing does not lie in that which it helps us to achieve, but in the amount we have to pay for it, what it costs us. For instance, liberal institutions straightway cease from being liberal the moment they are soundly established. Once this is attained, no more grievous and more thorough enemies of freedom exist than liberal institutions. One knows, of course, what they bring about. They undermine the will to power. They are the leveling of mountain and valley exalted to a morality. They make people small, cowardly, and pleasure-loving. By means of them the gregarious animal invariably triumphs. Liberalism, or, in plain English, the transformation of mankind into cattle. The same institutions, so long as they are fought for, produce quite other results. Then, indeed, they promote the cause of freedom quite powerfully. Regarded more closely, it is war which produces these results, war in favor of liberal institutions, which, as war, allows the illiberal instincts to subsist. For war trains men to be free. What, in sooth, is freedom? Freedom is the will to be responsible for ourselves. It is to preserve the distance which separates us from other men, to grow more indifferent to hardship, to severity, to privation, and even to life itself, to be ready to sacrifice men for one's cause, oneself included. Freedom denotes that the virile instincts which rejoice in war and in victory prevail over other instincts, for instance, over the instincts of happiness. The man who has won his freedom, and how much more so, therefore, the spirit that has won its freedom, tramples ruthlessly upon that contemptible kind of comfort which tea-grocers, Christians, cows, women, Englishmen, and other democrats worship in their dreams. The free man is a warrior. How is freedom measured in individuals as well as in nations? According to the resistance which has to be overcome, according to the pains which it costs to remain uppermost. The highest type of free man would have to be sought where the greatest resistance has continually to be overcome, 5 paces away from tyranny, on the very threshold of the danger of thraldom. This is psychologically true if, by the word tyrants, we mean inexorable and terrible instincts which challenge the maximum amount of authority and discipline to oppose them. The finest example of this is Julius Caesar. It is also true politically. Just examine the course of history. The nations which were worth anything, which got to be worth anything, never attained to that condition under liberal institutions. Great danger made out of them something which deserves reverence. That danger alone can make us aware of our resources, our virtues, our means of defense, our weapons, our genius, which compels us to be strong. First principle: a man must need to be strong, otherwise he will never attain it. Those great forcing houses of the strong, of the strongest type of men that have ever existed on earth, the aristocratic communities like those of Rome and Venice, understood freedom precisely as I understand the word, as something that one has, and that one has not, as something that one will have, and that one seizes by force. 39. A criticism of modernity. Our institutions are no longer any good. On this point we are all agreed. But the fault does not lie with them, but with us. Now that we have lost all the instincts out of which institutions grow, the latter on their part are beginning to disappear from our midst because we are no longer fit for them. Democracy has always been the death agony of the power of organization. Already in Human All Too Human, Part 1, Aphorism 472, I pointed out that modern democracy, together with its half-measures, of which the German Empire is an example, was a decaying form of the state. For institutions to be possible, there must exist a sort of will, instinct, imperative, which cannot be otherwise than anti-liberal to the point of wickedness, the will to tradition, to authority, to responsibility for centuries to come, to solidarity in long family lines forward and backwards in infinitum. If this will is present, something is founded which resembles the Imperium Romanum, or Russia, the only great nation today that has some lasting power and grit in her, that can bide her time, that can still promise something. Russia, the opposite of all wretched European petty statism and neurasthenia, which the foundation of the German Empire has brought to a crisis. The whole of the Occident no longer possesses those instincts from which institutions spring, out of which a future grows. Maybe nothing is more opposed to its modern spirit than these things. People live for the present, they live at top speed, they certainly live without any sense of responsibility, and this is precisely what they call freedom. Everything in institutions which makes them institutions is scorned, loathed, and repudiated. Everybody is in mortal fear of a new slavery, wherever the word authority is so much as whispered. The decadence of the valuing instinct, both in our politicians and in our political parties, goes so far that they instinctively prefer that which acts as a solvent, that which precipitates the final catastrophe. As an example of this, behold modern marriage. All reason has obviously been divorced from modern marriage. But this is no objection to matrimony itself, but to modernity. The rational basis of marriage, it lay in the exclusive legal responsibility of the man. By this means, some ballast was laid in the ship of matrimony, whereas nowadays it has a list, now on this side, now on that. The rational basis of marriage It lay in its absolute indissolubleness. In this way it was given a gravity which knew how to make its influence felt in the face of the accident of sentiment, passion, and momentary impulse. It lay also in the fact that the responsibility of choosing the parties to the contract lay with the families. By showing ever more and more favor to love marriages, the very foundation of matrimony, that which alone makes it an institution, has been undermined. No institution ever has been, nor ever will be, built upon an idiosyncrasy. As I say, marriage cannot be based upon love. It can be based upon sexual desire, upon the instinct of property, wife and child as possessions, upon the instinct of dominion, which constantly organizes for itself the smallest form of dominion, the family, which requires children and heirs in order to hold fast, also in the physiological sense, to a certain quantum of acquired power, influence, and wealth, so as to prepare for lasting tasks and for solidarity in the instincts from one century to another. Marriage as an institution presupposes the affirmation of the greatest and most permanent form of organization. If society cannot, as a whole, stand securely for itself into the remotest generations, marriage has no meaning whatsoever. Modern marriage has lost its meaning. Consequently, it is being abolished. 40. The question of the working man. The mere fact that there is such a thing as the question of the working man is due to stupidity, or at bottom to degenerate instincts which are the cause of all the stupidity of modern times. Concerning certain things, no questions ought to be put, the first imperative principle of instinct. For the life of me, I cannot see what people want to do with the working man of Europe, now that they have made a question of him. He is far too comfortable to cease from questioning ever more and more, and with ever less modesty. After all, he has the majority on his side. There is now not the slightest hope that an unassuming and contented sort of man, after the style of the Chinaman, will come into being in this quarter. And this would have been the reasonable course. It was even a dire necessity. What has been done? Everything has been done with a view of nipping the very prerequisite of this accomplishment in the bud. With the most frivolous thoughtlessness, those self-same instincts by means of which a working class becomes possible, and tolerable even to its members themselves, have been destroyed, root and branch. The working man has been declared fit for military service. He has been granted the right of combination and of voting. Can it be wondered at that he already regards his condition as one of distress, expressed morally as an injustice? But again I ask, what do people want? If they desire a certain end, then they should desire the means thereto. If they will have slaves, then it is madness to educate them to be masters. 41. Quote, "The kind of freedom I do not mean," unquote. Translator's footnote. This is a playful adaptation of Max von Schenkendorf's poem Freiheit. The proper line reads, Freiheit die ich meine, the freedom that I do mean. End translator's note. In an age like the present, it simply adds to one's perils to be left to one's instincts. The instincts contradict, disturb, and destroy each other. I have already defined modernism as a physiological self-contradiction. A reasonable system of education would insist upon at least one of these instinct systems being paralyzed beneath an iron pressure, in order to allow others to assert their power, to grow strong, and to dominate. At present, the only conceivable way of making the individual possible would be to prune him, of making him possible, that is to say, whole. The very reverse occurs. Independence, free development, and laissez-aller are clamored for most violently precisely by those for whom no restraint could be too severe. This is true in politics, it is true in art. But this is a symptom of decadence. Our modern notion of freedom is one proof the more of the degeneration of instinct. End Part 3, Chapter 9. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 9. Skirmishes in a War with the Age. Part 4. 42. Where faith is necessary. Nothing is more rare among moralists and saints than uprightness. Maybe they say the reverse is true. Maybe they even believe it. For when faith is more useful, more effective, more convincing than conscious hypocrisy, by instinct that hypocrisy forthwith becomes innocent. First principle towards the understanding of great saints. The same holds good of philosophers, that other order of saints. Their whole business compels them to concede only certain truths, that is to say, those by means of which their particular trade receives the public sanction, to speak cantingly the truths of practical reason. They know what they must prove. In this respect they are practical. They recognize each other by the fact that they agree upon certain truths. Thou shalt not lie, in plain English. Beware, Mr. Philosopher, of speaking the truth. 43. A quiet hint to conservatives. That which we did not know formerly, and know now, or might know if we chose, is the fact that a retrograde formation, a reversion in any sense or degree, is absolutely impossible. We physiologists, at least, are aware of this. But all priests and moralists have believed in it. They wish to drag and screw man back to a former standard of virtue. Morality has always been a Procrustean bed. Even the politicians have imitated the preachers of virtue in this matter. There are parties at the present day whose one aim and dream is to make all things adopt the crab march. But not everyone can be a crab. It cannot be helped. We must go forward, that is to say, step by step, further and further into decadence. This is my definition of modern progress. We can hinder this development, and by so doing dam up and accumulate degeneration itself and render it more convulsive, more volcanic. We cannot do more. 44. My concept of genius. Great men, like great ages, are explosive material in which a stupendous amount of power is accumulated. The first conditions of their existence are always historical and physiological. They are the outcome of the fact that for long ages energy has been collected, hoarded up, saved up, and preserved for their use, and that no explosion has taken place. When the tension in the bulk has become sufficiently excessive, The most fortuitous stimulus suffices in order to call genius, great deeds, and momentous fate into the world. What, then, is the good of all environment, historical periods, zeitgeist, and public opinion? Take the case of Napoleon. France of the Revolution, and still more of the period preceding the Revolution, would have brought forward a type which was the very reverse of Napoleon. It actually did produce such a type. And because Napoleon was something different, the heir of a stronger, more lasting, and older civilization than that which in France was being smashed to atoms, he became master there. He was the only master there. Great men are necessary. The age in which they appear is a matter of chance. The fact that they almost invariably master their age is accounted for simply by the fact that they are stronger, that they are older, and that power has been stored longer for them. The relation of a genius to his age is that which exists between strength and weakness, and between maturity and youth. The age is relatively always very much younger, thinner, less mature, less resolute, and more childish. The fact that the general opinion in France at the present day is utterly different on this very point, in Germany too, but that is of no consequence. The fact that in that country the theory of environment, a regular neuropathic notion, has become sacrosanct and almost scientific, and finds acceptance even among the physiologists, is a very bad and exceedingly depressing sign. In England, too, the same belief prevails, but nobody will be surprised at that. The Englishman knows only two ways of understanding the genius and the great man, either democratically in the style of Buckle, or religiously after the manner of Carlyle. The danger which great men and great ages represent is simply extraordinary. Every kind of exhaustion and sterility follows in their wake. The great man is an end. The great age, the Renaissance, for instance, is an end. The genius, in work and in deed, is necessarily a squanderer. The fact that he spends himself constitutes his greatness. The instinct of self-preservation is, as it were, suspended in him. The overpowering pressure of outflowing energy in him forbids any such protection and prudence. People call this self-sacrifice. They praise his heroism, his indifference to his own well-being, his utter devotion to an idea, a great cause, a fatherland. All misunderstandings. He flows out, he flows over, he consumes himself, he does not spare himself, and does all this with fateful necessity, irrevocably, involuntarily, just as a river involuntarily bursts its dams. But owing to the fact that humanity has been much indebted to such explosives, it has endowed them with many things, for instance, with a kind of higher morality. This is indeed the sort of gratitude that humanity is capable of. It misunderstands its benefactors. 45. The criminal and his like. The criminal type is the type of the strong man amid unfavorable conditions. A strong man made sick. He lacks the wild and savage state, a form of nature and existence which is freer and more dangerous, in which everything that constitutes the shield and the sword in the instinct of the strong man takes a place by right. Society puts a ban upon his virtues. The most spirited instincts inherent in him immediately become involved with the depressing passions, with suspicion, fear, and dishonor. But this is almost the recipe for physiological degeneration. When a man has to do that which he is best suited to do, which he is most fond of doing, not only clandestinely, but also with long suspense, caution, and ruse, he becomes anemic. and inasmuch as he is always having to pay for his instincts in the form of danger, persecution, and fatalities, even his feelings begin to turn against these instincts. He begins to regard them as fatal. It is society, our tame, mediocre, castrated society, in which an untutored son of nature who comes to us from his mountains or from his adventures at sea must necessarily degenerate into a criminal, or almost necessarily, for there are cases in which such a man shows himself to be stronger than society. The Corsican Napoleon is the most celebrated case of this. Concerning the problem before us, Dostoevsky's testimony is of importance. Dostoevsky, who, incidentally, was the only psychologist from whom I had anything to learn. He belongs to the happiest windfalls of my life, happier even than the discovery of Stendhal. This profound man, who was right 10 times over in esteeming the superficial Germans low, found the Siberian convicts among whom he lived for many years, those thoroughly hopeless criminals for whom no road back to society stood open, very different from what even he had expected. That is to say, carved from about the best, hardest, and most valuable material that grows on Russian soil. Let us generalize the case of the criminal. Let us imagine creatures who, for some reason or other, fail to meet with public approval, who know that they are regarded neither as beneficent nor useful. The feeling of the Chandala, who are aware that they are not looked upon as equal, but as proscribed, unworthy, polluted. The thoughts and actions of all such natures are tainted with a subterranean mouldiness. Everything in them is of a paler hue than in those on whose existence the sun shines. But almost all those creatures whom nowadays we honor and respect formerly lived in this semi-sepulchral atmosphere. The man of science, the artist, the genius, the free spirit, the actor, the businessman, and the great explorer. As long as the priest represented the highest type of man, every valuable kind of man was depreciated. The time is coming, this I guarantee, when he will pass as the lowest type, as our Chandala, as the falsest and most disreputable kind of man. I call your attention to the fact that even now, under the sway of the mildest customs and usages which have ever ruled on earth, or at least in Europe, every form of standing aside, every kind of prolonged, excessively prolonged concealment, every unaccustomed and obscure form of existence, tends to approximate to that type which the criminal exemplifies to perfection. All pioneers of the spirit have, for a while, the grey and fatalistic mark of the Chandala on their brows, not because they are regarded as Chandala, but because they themselves feel the terrible chasm which separates them from all that is traditional and honorable. Almost every genius knows the Catilinarian life as one of the stages in his development, a feeling of hate, revenge, and revolt against everything that exists, that has ceased to evolve. Catiline, the early stage of every Caesar.
46.
Here the outlook is free. When a philosopher holds his tongue, it may be the sign of the loftiness of his soul. When he contradicts himself, it may be love, and the very courtesy of a knight of knowledge may force him to lie. It has been said, and not without subtlety,
Il a indigné des grands cœurs de répandre le trouble qu'il ressent.
but it is necessary to add that there may also be grandeur de cœur in not shrinking from the most undignified proceeding. A woman who loves sacrifices her honor. A knight of knowledge who loves sacrifices perhaps his humanity. A god who loved became a Jew. 47. Beauty no accident. Even the beauty of a race or of a family, the charm and perfection of all its movements, is attained with pains. Like genius, it is the final result of the accumulated work of generations. Great sacrifices must have been made on the altar of good taste. For its sake, many things must have been done, and much must have been left undone. The 17th century in France is admirable for both of these things. In this century there must have been a principle of selection in respect to company, locality, clothing, the gratification of the instinct of sex. Beauty must have been preferred to profit, to habit, to opinion, and to indolence. The first rule of all: nobody must let himself go, not even when he is alone. Good things are exceedingly costly, and in all cases the law obtains that he who possesses them is a different person from him who is acquiring them. Everything good is an inheritance. That which is not inherited is imperfect. It is simply a beginning. In Athens at the time of Cicero, who expresses his surprise at the fact, the men and youths were by far superior in beauty to the women. But what hard work and exertions the male sex had for centuries imposed upon itself in the service of beauty! We must not be mistaken in regard to the method employed here. The mere discipline of feelings and thoughts is little better than nil. It is in this that the great error of German culture, which is quite illusory, lies. The body must be persuaded first. The strict maintenance of a distinguished and tasteful demeanor, the obligation of frequenting only those who do not let themselves go, is amply sufficient to render one distinguished and tasteful. In 2 or 3 generations, everything has already taken deep root. The fate of a people and of humanity is decided according to whether they begin culture at the right place, not at the soul, as the fatal superstition of the priests and half-priests would have it. The right place is the body, demeanor, diet, physiology. The rest follows as the night the day. That is why the Greeks remain the first event in culture. They knew and they did what was needful. Christianity, with its contempt of the body, is the greatest mishap that has ever befallen mankind. 48. Progress in my sense. I also speak of a return to nature, although it is not a process of going back, but of going up into lofty, free, and even terrible nature and naturalness, such a nature as can play with great tasks, and may play with them. To speak in a parable, Napoleon was an example of a return to nature, as I understand it, for instance, in rebus tacticis, and still more, as military experts know, in strategy. But Rousseau, whither did he want to return?
Rousseau, this first modern man, idealist and canaille in one person,
who was in need of moral dignity in order even to endure the sight of his own person, ill with unbridled vanity and wanton self-contempt, this abortion, who planted his tent on the threshold of modernity, also wanted a return to nature. But, I ask once more, whither did he wish to return? I hate Rousseau, even in the Revolution itself.
The latter was the historical expression of this hybrid of idealist and canaille.
The bloody farce which this revolution ultimately became, its immorality, concerns me but slightly. What I loathe, however, is its Rousseauesque morality, the so-called truths of the Revolution, by means of which it still exercises power and draws all flat and mediocre things over to its side. The doctrine of equality. But there is no more deadly poison than this, for it seems to proceed from the very lips of justice, whereas in reality it draws the curtain down on all justice. To equals equality, to unequals inequality, that would be the real speech of justice, and that which follows from it. Never make unequal things equal. The fact that so much horror and blood are associated with this doctrine of equality has lent this modern idea par excellence such a halo of fire and glory that the Revolution as a drama has misled even the most noble minds. That, after all, is no reason for honoring it the more. I can see only one who regarded it as it should be regarded, that is to say, with loathing. I speak of Goethe. 49. Goethe. No mere German, but a European event, a magnificent attempt to overcome the 18th century by means of a return to nature, by means of an ascent to the naturalness of the Renaissance, a kind of self-overcoming on the part of the century in question. He bore the strongest instincts of this century in his breast, its sentimentality and idolatry of nature, its anti-historic, idealistic, unreal, and revolutionary spirit. The latter is only a form of the unreal. He enlisted history, natural science, antiquity, as well as Spinoza, and above all practical activity, in his service. He drew a host of very definite horizons around him. Far from liberating himself from life, he plunged right into it. He did not give in. He took as much as he could on his own shoulders and into his heart. That to which he aspired was totality. He was opposed to the sundering of reason, sensuality, feeling, and will, as preached with the most repulsive scholasticism by Kant, the antipodes of Goethe. He disciplined himself into a harmonious whole. He created himself. Goethe, in the midst of an age of unreal sentiment, was a convinced realist. He said yea to everything that was like him in this regard. There was no greater event in his life than that ens realissimus, surnamed Napoleon. Goethe conceived a strong, highly cultured man, skillful in all bodily accomplishments, able to keep himself in check, having a feeling of reverence for himself, and so constituted as to be able to risk the full enjoyment of naturalness in all its rich profusion, and be strong enough for this freedom. A man of tolerance, not out of weakness but out of strength, because he knows how to turn to his own profit that which would ruin the mediocre nature. A man unto whom nothing is any longer forbidden, unless it be a weakness, either as a vice or as a virtue. Such a spirit, become free, appears in the middle of the universe with a feeling of cheerful and confident fatalism. He believes that only individual things are bad, and that as a whole the universe justifies and affirms itself. He no longer denies. But such a faith is the highest of all faiths. I christened it with the name of Dionysus. 50. It might be said that, in a certain sense, the 19th century also strove after all that Goethe himself aspired to: catholicity in understanding, in approving, a certain reserve towards everything, daring realism, and a reverence for every fact. How is it that the total result of this is not a Goethe, but a state of chaos, a nihilistic groan, an inability to discover where one is, an instinct of fatigue which, in praxi, is persistently driving Europe to hark back to the 18th century, for instance, in the form of maudlin romanticism, altruism, hyper-sentimentality, pessimism in taste, and socialism in politics. Is not the 19th century, at least in its closing years, merely an accentuated, brutalized 18th century, that is to say, a century of decadence? And has not Goethe been, not alone for Germany, but also for the whole of Europe, merely an episode, a beautiful in vain? But great men are misunderstood when they are regarded from the wretched standpoint of public utility. The fact that no advantage can be derived from them, this in itself may perhaps be peculiar to greatness. 51. Goethe is the last German whom I respect. He had understood three things as I understand them. We also agree as to the cross. People often ask me why on earth I write in German. Nowhere am I less read than in the fatherland. But who knows whether I even desire to be read at present? To create things on which time may try its teeth in vain, to be concerned, both in the form and the substance of my writing, about a certain degree of immortality. Never have I been modest enough to demand less of myself. The aphorism, the sentence, in both of which I, as the first among Germans, am a master, are the forms of eternity. It is my ambition to say in 10 sentences what everyone else says in a whole book, what everyone else does not say in a whole book. I have given mankind the deepest book it possesses, my Zarathustra. Before long I shall give it the most independent one. End Chapter 9. Skirmishes in a War with the Age. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Twilight of the Idols by Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 10. Things I Owe to the Ancients. 1. In conclusion, I will just say a word concerning that world to which I have sought new means of access, to which I may perhaps have found a new passage, the ancient world. My taste, which is perhaps the reverse of tolerant, is very far from saying yea through and through even to this world. On the whole, it is not over-eager to say yea, it would prefer to say nay, and better still, nothing whatever. This is true of whole cultures. It is true of books. It is also true of places and of landscapes. Truth to tell, the number of ancient books that count for something in my life is but small, and the most famous are not of that number. My sense of style, for the epigram as style, was awakened almost spontaneously upon my acquaintance with Sallust. I have not forgotten the astonishment of my respected teacher, Corsen, when he was forced to give his worst Latin pupil the highest marks. At one stroke I had learned all there was to learn, condensed, severe, with as much substance as possible in the background, and with cold but roguish hostility towards all beautiful words and beautiful feelings. In these things I found my own particular bent. In my writings up to my Zarathustra, there will be found a very earnest ambition to attain to the Roman style, to the ere perennius in style. The same thing happened on my first acquaintance with Horace. Up to the present, no poet has given me the same artistic raptures as those which from the first I received from a Horatian ode. In certain languages it would be absurd even to aspire to what is accomplished by this poet. This mosaic of words, in which every unit spreads its power to the left and to the right over the whole, by its sound, by its place in the sentence, and by its meaning, this minimum in the compass and number of the signs, and the maximum of energy in the signs which is thereby achieved, all this is Roman, and, if you will believe me, noble par excellence. By the side of this, all the rest of poetry becomes something popular, nothing more than senseless sentimental twaddle. 2. I am not indebted to the Greeks for anything like such strong impressions, and to speak frankly, they cannot be to us what the Romans are. One cannot learn from the Greeks. Their style is too strange, it is also too fluid, to be imperative or to have the effect of a classic. Who would ever have learnt writing from a Greek? Who would ever have learnt it without the Romans? Do not let anyone suggest Plato to me. In regard to Plato, I am a thorough skeptic, and have never been able to agree to the admiration of Plato the artist, which is traditional among scholars. And after all, in this matter, the most refined judges of taste in antiquity are on my side. In my opinion, Plato bundles all the forms of style pell-mell together. In this respect, he is one of the first decadents of style. He has something similar on his conscience to that which the Cynics had, who invented the Satura Menippiae. For the Platonic dialogue, this revoltingly self-complacent and childish kind of dialectics, to exercise any charm over you, you must never have read any good French authors. Fontenelle, for instance. Plato is boring. In reality, my distrust of Plato is fundamental. I find him so very much astray from all the deepest instincts of the Hellenes, so steeped in moral prejudices, so pre-existently Christian. The concept good is already the highest value with him. That rather than use any other expression, I would prefer to designate the whole phenomenon, Plato, with a hard word, superior bunkum, or, if you would like it better, idealism. Humanity has had to pay dearly for this Athenian having gone to school among the Egyptians, or among the Jews in Egypt. In the great fatality of Christianity, Plato is that double-faced fascination called the ideal, which made it possible for the more noble natures of antiquity to misunderstand themselves, and to tread the bridge which led to the cross. And what an amount of Plato is still to be found in the concept church, and in the construction, the system, and the practice of the church. My recreation, my predilection, my cure, after all Platonism, has always been Thucydides. Thucydides, and perhaps Machiavelli's Principe, are most closely related to me, owing to the absolute determination which they show of refusing to deceive themselves, and of seeing reason in reality, not in rationality, and still less in morality. There is no more radical cure than Thucydides for the lamentably rose-colored idealization of the Greeks, which the classically cultured stripling bears with him into life, as a reward for his public school training. His writings must be carefully studied, line by line, and his unuttered thoughts must be read as distinctly as what he actually says. There are few thinkers so rich in unuttered thoughts.
In him the culture of the sophists, that is to say, the culture of realism, receives its most perfect expression. This inestimable movement in the midst of the moral and idealistic knavery of the Socratic schools, which was then breaking out in all directions. Greek philosophy is the decadence of the Greek instinct. Thucydides is the great summing up, the final manifestation of that strong, severe positivism which lay in the instincts of the ancient Hellene. After all, it is courage in the face of reality that distinguishes such natures as Thucydides from Plato. Plato is a coward in the face of reality. Consequently, he takes refuge in the ideal. Thucydides is a master of himself. Consequently, he is able to master life. 3. To rout up cases of beautiful souls, golden means, and other perfections among the Greeks, to admire, say, their calm grandeur, their ideal attitude of mind, their exalted simplicity. From this exalted simplicity, which after all is a piece of niaiserie allemande, I was preserved by the psychologist within me. I saw their strongest instinct, the will to power. I saw them quivering with the fierce violence of this instinct. I saw all their institutions grow out of measures of security calculated to preserve each member of their society from the inner explosive material that lay in his neighbor's breast. This enormous internal tension thus discharged itself in terrible and reckless hostility outside the state. The various states mutually tore each other to bits, in order that each individual state could remain at peace with itself. It was then necessary to be strong, for danger lay close at hand. It lurked in ambush everywhere. The superb suppleness of their bodies, the daring realism and immorality which is peculiar to the Hellenes, was a necessity, not an inherent quality. It was a result. It had not been there from the beginning. Even their festivals and their arts were but means in producing a feeling of superiority and of showing it. They are measures of self-glorification, and, in certain circumstances, of making oneself terrible. Fancy judging the Greeks in the German style from their philosophers. Fancy using the suburban respectability of the Socratic schools as a key to what is fundamentally Hellenic. The philosophers are, of course, the decadents of Hellas, the counter-movement directed against the old and noble taste, against the agonal instinct, against the polis, against the value of the race, against the authority of tradition. Socratic virtues were preached to the Greeks, because the Greeks had lost virtue. Irritable, cowardly, unsteady, and all turned to play-actors. They had more than sufficient reason to submit to having morality preached to them. Not that it helped them in any way, but great words and attitudes are so becoming to decadence. 4. I was the first who, in order to understand the ancient, still rich and still superabundant Hellenic instinct, took that marvelous phenomenon, which bears the name of Dionysus, seriously. It can be explained only as a manifestation of excessive energy. Whoever had studied the Greeks, as that most profound of modern connoisseurs of their culture, Jacob Burckhardt of Bale, had done, knew at once that something had been achieved by means of this interpretation, and in his Kultur der Griechen, Burckhardt inserted a special chapter on the phenomenon in question. If you would like a glimpse of the other side, you have only to refer to the almost laughable poverty of instinct among German philologists when they approach the Dionysian question. The celebrated Lobeck, especially, who with the venerable assurance of a worm dried up between books, crawled into this world of mysterious states, succeeded in convincing himself that he was scientific, whereas he was simply revoltingly superficial and childish. Lobeck, with all the pomp of profound erudition, gave us to understand that, as a matter of fact, there was nothing at all in these curiosities. Truth to tell, the priests may well have communicated not a few things of value to the participators in such orgies. For instance, the fact that wine provokes desire, that man in certain circumstances lives on fruit, that plants bloom in the spring and fade in the autumn. As regards the astounding wealth of rites, symbols, and myths which take their origin in the orgy, and with which the world of antiquity is literally smothered, Lobeck finds that it prompts him to a feat of even greater ingenuity than the foregoing phenomenon did. The Greeks, he says, Aglaophamos 1, page 672, quote, when they had nothing better to do, laughed, sprang, and romped about, or inasmuch as men also like a change at times, they would sit down, weep, and bewail their lot. Others then came up who tried to discover some reason for this strange behavior, and thus, as an explanation of these habits, there arose an incalculable number of festivals, legends, and myths. On the other hand, it was believed that the farcical performances, which then perchance began to take place on festival days, necessarily formed part of the celebrations, and they were retained as an indispensable part of the ritual. Unquote. This is contemptible nonsense, and no one will take a man like Lobeck seriously for a moment. We are very differently affected when we examine the notion Hellenic as Winckelmann and Goethe conceived it, and find it incompatible with that element out of which Dionysian art springs. I speak of orgiasm. In reality, I do not doubt that Goethe would have completely excluded any such thing from the potentialities of the Greek soul. Consequently, Goethe did not understand the Greeks, for it is only in the Dionysian mysteries, in the psychology of the Dionysian state, that the fundamental fact of the Hellenic instinct, its will to life, is expressed. What did the Hellene secure himself with these mysteries? Eternal life, the eternal recurrence of life, the future promised and hallowed in the past, the triumphant yea to life, despite death and change, real life conceived as the collective prolongation of life through procreation, through the mysteries of sexuality. To the Greeks, the symbol of sex was the most venerated of symbols, the really deep significance of all the piety of antiquity. All the details of the act of procreation, pregnancy, and birth gave rise to the loftiest and most solemn feelings. In the doctrine of mysteries, pain was pronounced holy. The pains of childbirth sanctify pain in general. All becoming and all growth, everything that guarantees the future, involves pain. In order that there may be eternal joy in creating, in order that the will to life may say yea to itself in all eternity, the pains of childbirth must also be eternal. All this is what the word Dionysus signifies. I know of no higher symbolism than this Greek symbolism, this symbolism of the Dionysian phenomenon. In it, the profoundest instinct of life, the instinct that guarantees the future of life and life eternal, is understood religiously. The road to life itself, procreation, is pronounced holy. It was only Christianity which, with its fundamental resentment against life, made something impure out of sexuality. It flung filth at the very basis, the very first condition of our life. 5. The psychology of orgasm, conceived as the feeling of a superabundance of vitality and strength, within the scope of which even pain acts as a stimulus, gave me the key to the concept tragic feeling, which has been misunderstood not only by Aristotle, but also even more by our pessimists. Tragedy is so far from proving anything in regard to the pessimism of the Greeks, as Schopenhauer maintains, that it ought rather to be considered as the categorical repudiation and condemnation thereof. The saying of yea to life, including even its most strange and most terrible problems, the will to life rejoicing over its own inexhaustibleness in the sacrifice of its highest types. This is what I called Dionysian. This is what I divined as the bridge leading to the psychology of the tragic poet. Not in order to escape from terror and pity, not to purify oneself of a dangerous passion by discharging it with vehemence. This is how Aristotle understood it. But to be far beyond terror and pity, and to be the eternal lust of becoming itself, that lust which also involves the lust of destruction. And with this, I once more come into touch with the spot from which I once set out. The birth of tragedy was my first transvaluation of all values. With this, I again take my stand upon the soil from out of which my will and my capacity spring. I, the last disciple of the philosopher Dionysus, I, the prophet of eternal recurrence. The end. The hammer speaketh. Why so hard? Said the diamond once unto the charcoal. Are we then not next of kin? Why so soft, O my brethren? This is my question to you. For are ye not my brothers? Why so soft, so servile and yielding? Why are your hearts so fond of denial and self-denial? How is it that so little fate looketh out from your eyes? And if ye will not be men of fate and inexorable, how can ye hope one day to conquer with me? And if your hardness will not sparkle, cut, and divide, how can ye hope one day to create with me? For all creators are hard, and it must seem to you blessed to stamp your hand upon millenniums as upon wax, blessed to write upon the will of millenniums as upon brass, harder than brass, nobler than brass. Hard through and through is only the noblest. This new table of values, O my brethren, I set over your heads. Become hard. Thus spake Zarathustra, Book 3, Section 29. End Twilight of the Idols, or How to Philosophize with the Hammer, by Friedrich Nietzsche. Anthony M. Ludovici, Translator. This recording is in the public domain.